there. This is your friend Sophie here with another episode of Client Constructs under the With Sophie umbrella. Today we are, of course, Shine with Sophie, where we help businesses, entrepreneurs, creatives, practitioners to shine. And so, welcome. Come along with me as we work on relationship counseling tools, this ongoing project that has been ongoing since like July. It's pretty massive. This phase, what we're doing today is going to be all about trying to continue migrating one of his websites, Behavioral Health Intervention Center, into the larger compendium of the counseling center. So we'll be doing that today. Feel free to stop me at any point to ask your questions, leave a comment, have me explain something that you don't understand, or to say, hey, you're doing this wrong. I think you should do it this way. I am more than happy to take advice. But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years, so I think I know a little something. So come along with me. And if you have any questions, just stop me at any time by leaving a comment. And I have it set up now where I should be able to see it right away. So do that. And life is just life and as we go along. So if you just want to come in and this is like a really cathartic thing for you to just watch people work, then that's kind of what this is. Baby girls in the background watching the Wheezy family, so you'll hear some laughter occasionally. Probably she loves the show. All right, but let's jump in. I like to start with just kind of centering what it is I'm doing for the day. So anybody who knows me knows I'm a huge fan. I'm like a walking billboard for a app called ClickUp, and so that's where I keep all of my to-dos. And so let's just go through it so you can kind of see what I've got happening. So this is kind of what's left to do. This is the big part that we're working on today, the website consolidation. All right, and so today I am really focusing more on this part, migrating BHIC over to RCG, which we're kind of in the middle of. We're using a lot of the templating that we did with the counseling center website. That was like a one-page scratch build. That video is on YouTube and everywhere else if you want to take a look. So we're just kind of capitalizing on that work that we already did to create like a brand image for the overall umbrella site. And so then you can kind of see how massive this work is and has been just by looking at all of the crap that we have already done. It's pretty extensive. So this is where we are today. Let's go ahead and close this up so we know what we're doing. And we're going to be working in Chrome in the Wix website, which I am such a huge fan of, as again, anybody can tell you who's known me for 5 minutes. So again, what I'm doing is basically migrating this site, Behavioral Health Intervention Center. Here's the live site over to BHIC. And I kind of hate this. Like, okay, that's cute, but all right. So we're just going to basically whoop this into the counseling center. Oops. So you can kind of see what that looks like. So because he's got Behavioral Health Intervention Center, which is what we're moving now, Relationship Counseling Group, and Chris A. Matthews Counseling, and Relationship Counseling Tools, his keynote speaking, and their Marriage Underdogs services. I basically created an entire umbrella, made the whole, logo, all the branding, and built this web page in like 5 hours. And so this is kind of our starting point. So I'm going to basically use this sort of thematic look throughout, this sort of migration of their existing color scheme a bit, but a little bit more pastel and muted. So I think it's a little bit more calming. And it also matches the relationship counseling tools site. So again, just trying to keep some consistency throughout. That's not good, but that's going. Oh, that's the tool site. I'm thinking relationship counseling group, which is of course right here, which is RCG. So as you can see, a lot of teals, a lot of greens, a lot of jewel blues. I'm not really a big fan of like the serify fonts, so I took a lot of that out when I recreated TCC. So again, we're just gonna kind of keep it going today. So I've already sort of duplicated this home page, and I'm gonna just basically mess around with trying to move everything over and then migrating things to look how I want it to look in this sort of similar styling. So I'm going to shut up and get to work. So just certainly, again, stop me at any point if you have any questions. If you just like watching people do their thing, then enjoy. Um, I'm just working on this. So, again, stop me at any point if you have any questions, especially if you have your own marketing and website questions, social media questions. Happy to answer any of those. All right, so of course, first thing we should probably do is put his actual brand in. So this is going to be BHIC. You okay, Day? And this is actually going to be a bit of a placeholder because as you can see, these logos are tiny. So I need to make a vectorized version of that. So that'll be a whole nother um, element to this work. But for now, we're just going to add it in and we can easily replace those once we have a much nicer uh, logo that's scalable. We don't need all that height on this. And I love those websites where you have to go in and they're very dynamic and they're using that sort of fixed stylization where when you scroll something stays the same and images come up, and I love that. But for the most part, especially when it comes to things like therapy offices and dentists and some of the more I don't know, like medical or practitioner related um businesses that I work with, like simple is better. People don't want to come in and get all the flash. They just kind of want to see, hey, how do I get my mandatory services? How do I book this counseling person? Then boom, they're happy. So I think when it comes to these types of websites, the simpler the better. So don't expect a lot of pizzazz, but it will look pretty, hopefully. So I like that his logo is very sans serify. I think this is kind of like an Avenir type style font. I got turned on to Avenir when I worked at CMS with this amazing graphic designer named Kristen Bernier. And I've just fallen in love with that font ever since. It's probably one of my staples. Avenir, Oswald. I freaking love Oswald. I use that on my own. But yeah, I'm a font fiend. There's this girl on Instagram and TikTok and stuff, and she like does these videos where she talks as fonts, and it is so cute. So I like that. I'm gonna just wait on this part. All right, so when it comes to BHIC, oh Jesus, okay. Let's see. We've got the primary thing we're really working on is that he's got mandatory services and individual counseling services. .sap is kind of in this mandatory thing with DWI, CBI, alcohol and drug. So the primary separation is in the counseling versus the mandatory services. So I'm going to actually end up dividing the site into two in that way. And so I think what's going to happen that will be helpful for him is that I should make those service areas dynamic. So I'm going to end up having to do two dynamic pages, one for the mandatory services, one for the individual counseling, because even though individual counseling is technically one service, you can do so many things with it. You can have where you're doing infidelity counseling, substance abuse counseling, just depression, mental health services counseling, those kind of things. So he can basically just change a word and have a whole new web page which can help him when it comes to being specific about the types of clients he wants to pull in for SEO purposes and things. So that's how I'm going to build out the services page. But just to kind of have a separation of the two different types of services, let's think on that a bit. So I kind of like how we have this here. I also have a sitemap that I want to pull up because it's, let's see if I can find this. All right, let me find this sitemap because it'll help me a lot when it comes to the services. Because even though there's two distinctions, I kind of want to use what I've already got. I don't like recreating the wheel, and there's an area with 3 segments. I think that might be a better starting point. And I know that, okay, I know he also does like supervision. Baby. I'm sorry, I know. I'm done. You're killing me, Saul. Okay. I'm sorry. I know. You don't like that. I know. Oh, you interested in that? You don't? It is late. It is midnight. On the dot. Jeez, I'm sorry. Okay. And she does this tucky situation, so sorry about that. Let's see. There it is. So let's look at the sort of division that we're trying to do with this. Day, really? Day, for real? Okay, so I am a little too blind for that. So let's scale to the height. Scale to the width. Yeah, and we'll crop it to that. Maybe I can see a little bit better. Okay, so yeah, for services, BHIC, we've got mandatory services, individual counseling, and we have groups. But what I don't have on here is the basically like the what do you call them? Like the interns and all that different stuff. So like supervision services and things. So we'll just kind of keep this top of mind, but let me see if I can find like a third that we're not shoehorning in, but that naturally fits, so that we have some rule of thirds on the website. I don't know if anybody knows what the rule of thirds is, but it's basically a concept that things are more visually appealing if you can separate them into 3 sections. So that's why I am kind of interested in keeping this flow here. So let's do this. Let me hide the sitemap for a sec. And in his old site, we have but I know for a fact he does like supervision and stuff like that. So the fact that it's not even on the old site is kind of crazy, because it's a big part of what he does. They really, can you not? Can you? Oh, it's funny to you? It's funny? Okay. So, baby. All right, so I'm just gonna move this section down and kind of make this primary area. Baby, my sweet child, can you not? I'm gonna put groups for now, and hopefully we can ascertain whether or not he wants to do that, or just make it where just all up in my junk, man. Or make it where it's about the supervision and whatnot. All right. I'm thinking this should be more of a list. Yeah. And let me actually text the client just to be sure that that third section that he and I talked about is actually being utilized. You know what? I think I know what I'm doing there. I'm gonna leave that alone. Okay. So DWI and DUI. EBI program. I'm tired. No, I'm gonna put some music on so you can rest. Okay. Oh, actually, I got that. Destiny debate. Oh, what? Wait a minute. The pin board. Sorry. Ooh.
They're not stupid. I think that for
Chill, baby.
when you wrote the sign, did he lie to the American public, to you and me, and everybody else in here, the entire world, he said these are the tariffs that every other country has? It was a lie, right? Well, it was a negotiating pact. It was a lie to negotiate. Exactly. You have to also lie if you know it. I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out they just got out. They were just going out. The servers are making one.
Okay, you can go. You can go walkies. I thought you were sleepy. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Yourself. And no. Because you're going to hurt yourself. I got to fill it back up. There, have some strawberry.
Where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts?
I don't have anything in there. Come here. Come here. Okay. Oh, baby. You're so oh, sweetie. What happened?
Completely separated in terms of factual reality, in terms of where.
All right, I am going to pause just a second so I can get this baby a bottle. I will be right back. Okay. Again, sometimes life be lifing, so sorry about that. Let's jump back in. And we're just going to watch some Destiny while we work. And what I'm probably going to end up doing is just literally copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. So that I can at least get the content over I just hate to do it without some structure because I like to use repeaters and things where I can keep organized. So just bear with me. Everything looks a little chaotic until it doesn't. So that's just how it's gonna be. But yeah, let's get back to it. Alrighty.
Left is living and where MAGA is living. Professor Bacon. How you doing tonight? I'm good. I think we're pretty broad leeway over the chat tonight insofar as Trump and MAGA and the current state of the U.S. and where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts you want to start us off with, or do you want me to just get right into it? Well, let's get into it. Okay, so I don't know how much you know about me, but I've been kind of like a YouTube political commentator, influencer guy for maybe about 10 years. I've followed with great detail a lot of the political, factual, legal, whatever stuff going on both sides, especially over the past 5 or 6 years. And one of the most troubling things that I've seen develop is we are completely separated in terms of factual reality, in terms of where the left is living and where MAGA is living. And I mean, my argument is that I would say the conservatives and MAGA, and even people in positions like yours, have contributed really heavily towards that like deliberate muddying of the record, so that people aren't aware of what's actually happening in this country. And I guess like the first event, I guess I put the center on is I'm curious what your understanding is of like, the Mar-a-Lago document space for the classified information that Trump took from the White House and refused to return. I'm happy to get into it, but before we do, let's explore the idea about alternative realities. We assume what we're saying is that the left lives in a certain type of a bubble, but it's a reality-based bubble. The right lives in a bubble that's fake and not reality-based. And so, according to you, one half of the country is essentially deluded, and the other half of the country is sane. I think this is a very poor way to try to conceptualize politics in general. It's the reason it's a poor way is that if you look at any political divide, particularly the really severe political divides, we go back, for example, to 1860, you could take the view that, which was the view of the South, Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln's a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron, they're living in a bubble, they don't understand reality, and therefore one side is completely right and the other side is completely wrong. For me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you to believe
Excuse me.
that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case. In reality, the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward, and it'd be really interesting if we did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also the 71 million or so who voted against him. If I can account for both, similarly, I would demand of you the same thing. You advance a theory that is a little more sophisticated than simply saying everybody who votes for Trump is a dummy, or they're listening to other dummies and swallowing their dumb stuff. This does not do justice to our fellow citizens. So I'm just objecting to this framing of reality. We can discuss specific aspects of reality, and I'm happy to start where you want, and then I'll take you where I want to go. But I'd like you to comment, first of all, if you agree with me that each of us needs to provide a theory that is good enough, not just to feed the prejudices of the people on our own side, which may be the majority of the audience here, but genuinely accounts for the other side. So I would agree, but I would disagree that a genuine accounting for both sides requires you to admit, or requires you to consider both sides have a similar factual foundation. Sometimes when you go to the hospital, sometimes you get diagnosed with a really bad disease, sometimes the prognosis is untreatable. I would be uncomfortable if the doctor told me, well, we're looking at two different diagnoses, but this one is really bad, so we're just going to favor the other one instead. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. It might be that at times in our history, there are certain sides of our country that are deluded. Now, you used the word dummy. I would say they're not stupid. I think that the capacity for even an ordinary person that, more pretentious liberal or some online guy might say, oh, this guy is an idiot. They're not stupid. People have a tremendous capacity for a ton of information. But I would argue that there has been an entire conservative media apparatus that has been aiming at engaging using these people for the purposes of trying to make the unappealing appealing or the indefensible defensible. And that's the thing that I'm kind of attacking. Like, is the country polluted? I would say right now, to a large extent, yes, but that's not because it's stupid, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And I think part of what I really like to dig into is part of it is not even being able to agree fundamentally on the things that are actually true. We brought up that north-south divide. The difference that you were talking about there was one of legal perspective, was a conceptual perspective difference on do states have the right to secede from the union, how much right does an individual state have over the federal government. That same debate taking place today, it would be somebody saying in the South, oh, we didn't even have slaves, all of the people here live equally, and people in the North saying, in the South, they literally torture these people and throw them in the river fun, and they don't even use them for work. Right, that's the level of, assuming both sides are being diluted, right, that's the level of dilution that we're on today. We don't have disagreements in law or disagreements in concept or idea or narrative about the country. It's like very foundational disagreements and things that we shouldn't have that much of a factual disagreement on. Well, so I take it that what you're saying is that in the Civil War, there were genuinely intelligent people on both sides who disagreed about what kind of America they wanted. They disagreed about their economic interests. They disagreed about constitutional interpretation. They disagreed about whether they wanted to retain the status quo or go into a new type of America. I would argue that we're having very much the exact same kind of fundamental debate right now. Let's just take, for example, the phrase "Make America Great Again." Cliche, right? I would say that the implicit in that is a big idea. There was an America that we lived in. You could say it's the America of the 50s, the America of 1965, the America of 1980. You can pick your own preferred date. But the things worked better in this country before, in the past.
For fucking who?
We have become more polarized, more hateful, more violent. Our goals have begun to pull further apart. I would argue that in the Reagan years, for example, the debates were not about goals, but about means. We all agreed that America, if you were to take a poll in the early 80s and ask Americans, do you think America should be strong, prosperous? Do you think we should have law and order? Do you think America should be an example to the world? Do you think that most people, given the chance, yes, 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 and yes? How should that pie be shared? But on the need for prosperity, on the principles of the founding, no disagreement about goals. We are in America where we can't agree about goals. And I would say that my half, Trump's half, we think that there is a better America we want to go back to. You don't. You want to take it into some progressive utopia. So right there, this is hardly a disagreement about facts. I mean, I guess it could be a disagreement about facts if you want to argue the facts of what life was like in 1980 or what the GDP was. I guess what I'm really saying is it is a contrast vision.
All right.
We want a society in which immigrants come to assimilate. We want a society in which
So he's an admitted assimilationist.
not takes a subordinate role to our identity as Americans. We want a society in which free markets are the engine for prosperity. We want a society in which we recognize the world is made up of very dangerous people, and sometimes you have to smash in a few heads in order to protect your own interests. We want to live in a society where there's rule of law, and if you come here illegally, there's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So these, I've just articulated several, I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago.
Hello.
Hey, guess what?
What's up?
So I learned that fee on simple practice.
Uh-huh.
Every
All right, that was a very long phone conversation. I'm sorry, but I've just been steadily pulling. Like I said, I was just gonna copy and paste things over. That's what I've been doing. But that was actually the client, so I was able to ascertain that no, we're not going to put any sort of supervision, internship, stuff like that on this site. We're going to move that to a different part of the umbrella. So I don't know if you saw me adding some notes to click up as we talked, but that's what we were kind of discussing. I hadn't um, had like I haven't said to him, "Hey, I'm live streaming," da da da. So I didn't want to have that conversation recorded without permission. So just letting you know, like we're still moving along. I feel like I have a lot more guidance on how we're gonna separate these service groups. So that's what I'm doing right now. So again, I'm not really talking anyway, just kind of working. So this is your time to ask any marketing questions. If it's cathartic for you to watch people cooking and making furniture and stuff, then this is kind of right there with it. I'm just doing some nice, easy, chill work that's really fun to see visually, I think. Um, so yeah, either sit back and enjoy and relax, or if you want to pick the brain of somebody who's got over 20 years of marketing experience, web development experience, social media, earned media, I'm your girl. So this is your time. Again, this is Shine with Sophie. I am Sophie. So I'm going to go ahead and get back to it, but I'm checking comments periodically. So please feel free to drop in if you have any questions or comments. Thanks. And we're listening to Destiny. It's a live stream. Where's a premiere from Pangburn with his debate with Dinesh D'Souza, who's a fucking moron. So we'll see how this goes. So far, it's really been interesting.
Sure, I'd say for maybe because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes
Let me go back a bit.
illegally, there's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker anymore. There's good discrimination and bad discrimination. So these, I just articulate several, I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that. Either that or you just agree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well. Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. The issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual conversations is that everybody agrees with these things. And people should, yeah, of course, people should be here relatively, legally as far as you can be. People should be here as far as you can be. This is kind of like saying I favor law break. I don't favor law breaking unless it's sure. I say as far as it can be because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes conservatives seem like they're okay with asylum seekers, like they suddenly are with South Africans who are white. Other times they seem like they don't believe in asylum seekers at all. So I'm cutting out a little bit of on the edge here for presidential things like TPS, temporary protected status, things like DACA. For the most part, broadly speaking, I largely agree that everybody should be here in this legal process as possible. I think that people should, as far as they can, try not to break any laws. People get speeding tickets. Obviously, you shouldn't be shot for this. But broadly speaking, everything you say, everybody agrees with. But the issue is that when we have these high-level conceptual disagreements, say, for instance, we should have a president who doesn't commit crimes, and then we have a president who has clearly committed crimes, and one side sees that very plainly, and the other side screams lawfare. That's not true. There is a factual distinction there. That's not a difference of ideology or a difference of vision. It's a difference of understanding factually of what's in the record. And the unfortunate thing is, we're not talking about complicated physics or chemistry or biology. It's very simple facts. If you can read a simple indictment, you can see how things are laid out. And it should be a thing that 95% of the population can grasp and understand. Like, for instance, that Donald Trump took documents from the White House that he didn't have authorization to keep. He showed them to multiple people at Mar-a-Lago. He refused to cooperate, first with the National Archives and Records Administration, and then with the FBI. And then eventually his home was raided. Some documents were never recovered. The whole time, he was in the complete and total wrong in multiple levels, but the right refused to acknowledge this, screamed lawfare over and over again, and then we push them on things like, don't you think it's good to have like a rule of law? They appeal to these high-level concepts like, well, freedom and the past is good and all this. It's like, well, we can't talk about any particular instances of anything happening. It's a pointless conversation. Well, I find that this habit is hardly confined to the right. I'm something of an expert on the 2020 election, and I've given talks about it. And every time I talk about it, someone goes, well, there clearly is nothing wrong in the 2020 election because there were 50 cases where these things were adjudicated. Now, there's not a single case in which the actual allegations of fraud were adjudicated on all kinds of procedural obstacles or issues of standing. These cases were dismissed. You should have brought the case before the election. You had to do that. Obviously, the fraud was not obvious then. If you brought it after the election, it's moot. Or this is brought at the state level, it needs to be at the federal level. And so the procedural adjudication is considered adequate to establish the veracity or the validity of the 2020 election.
Just as a quick thing.
I'll just finish my point and you can.
We do the 2020 election. So are we? You can see it on the whole Mar-a-Lago thing that Trump was retaining documents that we can move to the 2020
We haven't
election.
addressed Mar-a-Lago. I'm setting up the intellectual groundwork by saying that on the 2020 election, statements are made that are accepted as gospel by the left. Let's take a simple one that was repeated ad nauseum. The 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in U.S. history. To which I asked, where is the evidence that there was less fraud in 2020 than in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004? Where is that demonstration? Who has actually done a comparative evaluation of the amount of fraud in recent, forget about old elections, and shown that there was less in 2020? The answer is, not only has this never been demonstrated, it's never been attempted. And so an utterly idiotic statement, almost preposterous on its face. We know that this election we just had, we're proclaiming it to be the safest ever, with zero empirical evidence produced to support that, and yet the entire left, without exception, went along, nodded its head, accepted this is true, became very scornful of any attempts to show the contrary. So, doesn't this show factual dogmatism on the left that it's just as corrosive as anything on the right?
No, so I mean we can go through any of these statements. I'm still putting a pin in the Mar-a-Lago thing because I think it's back to, but I'm very familiar with the 2020 election.
Okay.
I think the issue is that one, when people say, well, it wasn't adjudicated on the facts, it was tossed on standing or procedural grounds, that's bad for the person bringing the case. If you're losing on standing, then you must have never had a serious case to begin with, because that is literally the easiest part of a case to survive. To build a prima facie case saying that I have authorization to bring this case in front of this court has subject matter jurisdiction, and it's the appropriate venue to hear the case, and here are my complaints where I'm alleging that a law was broken. In half these, they didn't even have the remedy that they were looking for, was to toss the entire outcome of that election, which is an insane remedy if you're looking for that. The court's not even going to bother to hear the case, because the point of a court hearing a case is that they're going to grant you some kind of relief. The court can't do anything about it, then the court's not going to listen to it. Number one. Number two, for the evidence that we know that for a lot of this, it was a blatant lie. So, for instance, when we watched Trump's lawyers show, and we watched Trump talk about the hidden documents in the State Farm arena that were pulled out from under the table, we don't know where they came from. We do know where they came from. And you can tell this if you watch the full 6-hour video where she's giving a presentation to the state election board or state legislature or whatever. You can see her fast forward 10 minutes where they were counting, they finished counting for the night, they take the boxes, put them on the floor, slide them under. 10 minutes later, they get a call saying, actually, we're going to resume counting because we want to get these results out faster. They take the same boxes out, they put them on the table. Not only was that a complete total bold-faced lie when it was first presented in court or presented to the public, it was a lie that Trump repeated up to and including his speech on January 6th, where he encouraged his followers to go and riot at the Capitol to try to delay the outcome of the election. So every single case has been some variation of them not knowing if the law was broken. You can listen to hours and hours of deposition. You can read the subpoenas. You can read the judge's decisions. There's a reason why you guys will say, well, all of them were thrown out. None was adjudicated on the merits. Trump, was president for 4 years. He had Barr look into all of these claims. Barr said that all of them were BS. Trump is president now. He has the ability to go back and look at stuff. Nothing has been dug up. In fact, the first time Trump was president, when he also made the election was rigged, he put together an election board to look at if there was any impropriety or fraud that happened in any of the states, and they found nothing. They disbanded it in like a year. For the final point, you bring this point up that well, it's crazy that they said this was the safest election ever because there hasn't been a comparative analysis of fraud. I think the point of the statement was to say that there were more people, more cameras, more systems that were looking at this election than in any prior election. And I would argue that just like how DOJ went through the entire government and massively failed at discovering any waste, fraud, or abuse, Donald Trump and all of his cronies have been looking at so much election-related stuff, and the only fraud, weird stuff we've seen has come from the Republican side. Tina Peters being a great example of that. Trump trying to steal the election with his false elector sites being another great example of that. All right, so let me offer a couple thoughts. Number one, if you're right that a bungled legal effort failed on account of the incompetence of the people who tried to prove the fraud, I would argue by the same token that the Democratic goofballs who launched 90 plus charges against Trump in multiple jurisdictions were equally dumb because they made claims that they were unable to sustain. The cases were thrown out, made moot, exposed to the public for their prima facie idiocy, or they were they capsized of their own weight. They were withdrawn. Patty Willis was basically had her own problems and had to withdraw. The successors basically decided that's the end of that. So what I'm getting at is either we rely on the legal process as a pretty fair adjudicator of these kinds of claims, in which case you got to grant that the case against Trump ended up, think of it, you didn't have one shot. You had like 7 shots at this guy. You failed in all of them. Even in the one place where you quote got him, on the ultimate bogus case, which was in New York, the judge himself was too timid to impose a verdict and basically says, Mr. Trump, you can go, I wish you well. Even the judge knew that he was part of a political game and he had to fess up. Because if he was really enforcing the law, think of it, if you or I were found guilty of 34 felonies, the judge would have said, I'm imposing a sentence. My sentence might be overturned or maybe held to be invalid, but this man has broken the law 34 times. In fact, think of the stupidity. This was 34 different checks, so apparently it's 34 different felonies. The lawfare of it couldn't be more obvious or blatant. Why did the jury convict him in New York? What's that? Why did the jury convict him if it was just lawfare? This because a jury in New York, like a jury in DC, is going to be well, all right. Aren't you saying then that half the country is living in delusion if you can't even trust a jury of every single person? A single person could say, I don't agree with the verdict here. Do you think the OJ jury got it right? The OJ, that's a totally different case. But the actual jury, they got it right. But I can say that juries. I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said that there are 2 sections of the United States in New York and DC, and I'm willing to bet you say other states where there is no jury that could hear. Well, I'm curious, actually. There are things in the OJ case that I think it seems like he was clearly guilty of something. What law in New York State that he was convicted of breaking, that he received punishment for 34 felony counts for, do you think he didn't actually break? Did he not lie when he paid his lawyer Cohen a fee that was actually just a money transfer to Stormy Daniels, and then commit a bookkeeping fraud on the furtherance of that lie, which is why the misdemeanor was upgraded to a felony? Do you think that's not true? Problems with living in this kind of society today, and actual defining elements of lawfare, is simply to ask this question: if anybody else did that, or if Trump himself did it, and was not running for president, would these charges have been brought? And again, we're all watching this. We're not in the jury. We're watching this as spectators from the outside. You've got to use a certain rule of common sense. You got to respect Trump. He's in the thick of New York real estate. He's in the thick of all these claims, bombastic claims like Mar-a-Lago's worth X, this is worth 5, my assets are worth this. Everybody does this. If all of this was so fraudulent, how does the man go 75 years of his life without a single charge? Then, interestingly, he enters politics as a Republican. 93 charges are dropped on his head. Now, if you genuinely think, and look, we could very well in this audience be exploring the delusions we're talking about. If you genuinely are a smart guy, you think, I think that's right. The guy was squeaky clean for 75 years.
Then he became a habitual criminal and committed 93 offenses, warranting the guy being jailed for life, a guy who just happens to have been the President of the United States and on the verge of being reelected a second time, but you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you really don't think any of that is an issue, then we are a little bit of an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics and family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that so the 34 felonies that he was charged with and convicted of in New York State, he did those. For the Mar-a-Lago documents case, this is the thing, he couldn't have possibly been charged with a crime like this before having a security clearance or being in a job with security clearance because he wouldn't have had access to these documents. So for the Mar-a-Lago case, he took classified material from the White House, stored it in an area where classified material is not kept. He showed other people some of that classified material, and then he resisted efforts from NARA and the FBI to retrieve said material, and he was directing his employees to hide it and lie to the FBI. And they were requesting information about this. This is incredibly unique.
True, and all the rest of it.
Which part of it was not true?
The first part of it, that he took the documents, is true. The second question is, how does a president who takes his own documents, which he has the plenary power to declassify, how does he prima facie violate the law, especially when you consider that pretty much every other president, going back to Nixon, had
Is even that plenary word? Like, oh, I can do it. The president can do anything he fucking wants. No.
documents were fully exposed. There were documents at the Penn Biden Center accessible to everyone. And the guy who looks into it goes, I don't think we should charge this guy because he's kind of forgetful and he won't really withstand trial because he tends not to remember things. I mean, since when does somebody get a pass from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff that they manifestly did? So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has got all these things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently routinely taken their own stuff. Then again, I have to say, this looks clearly a case of isolating Trump. I mean, the way we know.
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts and actually.
Usually obstructed.
Well, real quick, so you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime. So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Heard said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because he was forgetful. That's not true. What Heard was speaking to, when he was speaking of Biden's state of mind, was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here, we think you guys should come and grab them. They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally steal classified material. As opposed to Donald Trump, who was showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also, as a second quick thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially Donald Trump was keeping all of this. So even then, he could have declassified. Well, here's the problem.
I mean, had this case proceeded all the way, and these elements of the crime that you're describing been proven, we could then debate what was going on. I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's called, about the fact you need to give some of these documents back. What does some mean here? Trump is like, some of them may be mine, some of them I may have to return. And so a process now begins of bargaining back and forth. At one point, the FBI comes to Mar-a-Lago. Remember, Mar-a-Lago is a protected facility. Comes to Mar-a-Lago and puts a padlock on the storage facility where the documents are held. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a president who finishes his term. People come into the White House, clear all the stuff out. Where are they going to move it? They move it, not surprisingly, to the residence, Mar-a-Lago. And then begins this process of negotiating over these documents. If you're saying, based upon the fact that you think that laws were broken, I would say, because Destiny thinks that the president broke the law, we should lock him up. No. If you can show me a legal process where these elements of the crime were proven, we can look at it.
Well, that's what an indictment is. It's showing these are the laws that were saying that he broke. This is the evidence from the grand jury. Okay, well then you know that the grand jury returned an okay to charge Donald Trump with these crimes.
Okay.
Also, you said that Mar-a-Lago was secured, not secured for the storage of classified information. And if Donald Trump truly had nothing to hide and he was cooperating, returning things as he should, why was he having his employee hide boxes from his own lawyers so that they would not be fully truthful, not of their own fault, but because they had no idea when they were communicating with the FBI about documents that Trump was retaining, and that he was having brought to his room, going over, taking some back, keeping others, and then telling Nada, his employee, to lie to the lawyers about what they were hiding.
Whenever you have an indictment, the prosecution, in this case it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith, who was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith was a special prosecutor
Yes.
Appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden, it was appointed by Merrick Garland.
He was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It's confusing.
Regime.
To directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that because it's seen as corrupt.
Merrick Garland was objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of political threat.
Why wasn't the special prosecutor appointed
You're
on day one?
actually trying to get me to enter into your dream world here.
I'm only talking facts.
I'm not. There are no facts.
There were facts.
No, because an indictment is allegations. Unless the indictment is presented in court, the other side gets to fight back. It's like if I were to take any indictment and read it, and then I think, oh, the guy obviously did it because he did this, God did this, that. I haven't read the counterpoints. I haven't seen the cross-examination. It hasn't gone to court. But if you accept all the claims of the indictment as, quote, factually true, and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the fact.
Wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes rather than trying to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I notice conservatives play, where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend a thing, and then after they've defended the thing, they'll say that the thing that they were defending is indefensible, but if it did happen, they give justifications for it anyway. Why not just say, well, I don't believe it's in the indictment, even though you say that they're just allegations? They're not. You have to show evidence to the grand jury to secure the indictment. So there is at least some evidence.
And look, the indictment contains elements of factuality and elements of subjectivity. So the factuality would be something like this. Did you take a document? Did you put it in the garage? Was it found in your Corvette? The elements of subjectivity are things like this. Were you authorized to take it? Even if you were not authorized to take it, did you follow the procedures to return it? If you didn't follow those procedures, how culpable are you, let's say, for not doing that? Because there are all kinds of people who break all kinds of laws, and they're given a pass because, as you mentioned with Biden, you said that his forgetfulness had to do with the documents. Wrong. It was very clear from the special counsel's report that his forgetfulness had to do with trial. We cannot take this guy to trial. He deserves to go to trial. He did break the law, but we don't think that he can withstand trial because basically his brain is fried. And so, is that a fact or not?
No.
That's not a fact.
No, the forgetfulness had to do with the single element that you described there, well, you'd have to take them, and you'd have to know that you did follow the right procedure. An example for showing that subjective argument might be Donald Trump showing somebody saying, I should have declassified this, but I didn't. Don't look too closely. That would be an example of like a subjective thing where, sounds like he maybe didn't have the authority to do that. Well, the SAP level classified stuff he had from the Department of Energy, he could have never on his own declassified. And he didn't look at the proper procedures there. And I think one of the most telling subjective evaluation is one of the Trump never denied the behavior. He never said he didn't do it. You have this style of mixing elements of fruit. What was the one thing I just here from? I'll help you. So Biden documents when he was in the Senate. Okay, no one even thinks that Biden was non-documented. So according to you, the Bush prosecutor didn't bring charges because not because Biden is gone now, but because he was gone before. And I'm saying he was gone in the 80s. Was Biden meant to be gone in the 90s when he took those documents? Why not prosecute him for those? Clearly, the special counsel was not talking about Biden.
What's up, babe? You okay? Yeah. What are you scared of? What happened? What are you scared of? I'm just scared. Why don't you go up and go with Daddy since Daddy's down here? Okay? Go sleep with Daddy since Daddy's down here. Okay? Hey, you okay? You sure? Good night.
Why not just lie about everything with the script? They can from the DOJ, the special prosecutor, and the FBI. Why even report publicly by the documents? Well, the scandal. So there was an immediate need. The scandal is extremely embarrassing to the Mar-a-Lago case. So there was an immediate need. Okay, we now have to cover for our guy to make it seem like the other guy is the only guy who did something wrong. Why was that? Okay, and you tell me why it's wrong. So what does the DOJ do? They take a guy in Delaware, nominally Republican. Nevertheless, he's under the thumb of the Biden DOJ. He's reporting to them. He has to ultimately survive their scrutiny. Merrick Garland is still in charge. And so this guy conveniently comes out, he did some bad things, but you know what? He's super forgetful. We can't really go ahead anyway.
you do is you get an official imprimatur, Biden's off the hook. All right, let's now proceed to get the guy you always set out to get, namely Trump. And what I'm saying is, you're supposed to be like a sophisticated political guy, but you can't see that there is a clear effort here. How do we clean up the crimes of our guy because we wanted to stick the classified document offense only on the other guy, even though our guy did the same thing and arguably worse, certainly for a much longer period of time and much more carelessly, because the documents are sitting not only in his damn garage, but they're sitting at the Penn Biden Center where anybody can wander in, have a look at them, and not only that, if you look at all the reports that Hunter Biden made to Burisma, I'm talking about
Before we go to Burisma, so just to be clear, so I can understand. No, no, because we started with Burisma. You're saying that the same FBI that supposedly orchestrated January 6th, that worked as a deep state check on Trump's power, even when Trump was in office, and was capable of doing all of these grand things as Attorney General Merrick Garland, who was totally under the thumb of President Biden, despite the fact that he dragged his feet on all the prosecutions of Trump and waited way too long to appoint Jack Smith, and is one of the #1 center of complaints of every center-left Democrat. You're saying that that same institution's FBI was making it publicly known that they had found documents at Biden's office. Why, if they could suppress, if Merrick Garland could control a special prosecutor, which I don't know if you're aware, but it's the whole point of having a special prosecutor that is not directly under the thumb of the Attorney General. Otherwise, we could just call that a DOJ prosecutor, right? That you're telling me they had so much power to cover this up that they were influencing this 300-page report that Burr puts out. There's a lot of damning testimony, a lot of stuff that makes Biden look bad, but they couldn't just cover up the initial FBI claim.
All right, so notice how this debate has shifted from the factual.
Okay, hold on. This is not what you're doing the rhetoric. So everything I've stated thus far relating to Donald Trump's indictment was a pure fact. You're stating me to fail.
It's a repetition of a charge. It's
An indictment. Yes, you're giving me conspiracy theory.
of an indictment.
You're giving me conspiracy.
Now, let's come back. I'll answer your question. You're like, this FBI, how is it that they would have... The truth of it is simple. You have a case against Trump. Trump is now going to have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
That wouldn't help him win his case. It doesn't make sense.
One of the ways you defend is you show that this crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime.
Yes,
It
it is.
doesn't work that way.
No,
In that case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again. There's plenty of people who drive drunk and speed and then get traffic tickets. The reality is the fact that the moral level is right. They're getting Trump. They're getting Trump.
You want to play attorney here, we can pursue the point. Okay. It is frequently the case that if somebody could show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case, where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money to a college friend who ran for office, and he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But if we're gonna go with that, so we're gonna go with it. That's that case, though. But you lost that case, so the defense not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if the case, if I lost the case, I must be guilty. Just like if OJ was acquitted, he must be innocent. But oh no, that's not the case. So
I'm just trying to talk about the
I'm
facts
saying
of
you
what
have
I laid
a
out.
fluid, you have a fluid
It's
parameter.
not fluid. It's very,
Very
very solid.
So according to you, because I quote lost the case. Let me tell you why I quote lost the case. Here I am, an immigrant. I'm sitting in the offices of the Southern District of New York, and looking at guys. And it's very clear from what they say that they're like, if you don't plead to this case, we're going to charge you with bank fraud. They go, yeah, because you took your money out of the bank. They go, if you don't plead to this case, we'll charge you with mail fraud. They go, yeah, because you put your check in the mail. These are the kind of people you're dealing with where they take what you did, they re-describe it 700 ways, they then basically find a way to say to you, look, you want to take your chances with a Clinton appointee judge in a New York courtroom where you're facing years in prison, or are you willing to plead guilty? Now, if you live in a is a case of something that happens in this country every single day. And when you say something happens, it's hard for me to believe that I, a conservative, tell you this, when the left at one time would have been nodding vigorously and saying, yeah,
It's not in the room with us right now. So just focusing, I mean, like, we go through the details of your case. I don't know if you want to do that. Do that right now. But if you're saying, I'm just curious, you said that this is a thing that happened all the time in the United States, this type of lawfare. So then, did it also happen under 4 years of Trump? And it's happening now under Trump too? Is he abusing the legal system to offer political comments that everyone else is doing?
it remains to be seen, in my opinion.
Okay, so real quick, when Donald Trump puts on a Truth Social saying, Pam Bondi, my attorney general,
Okay.
I want you to go after these 3 people. I think it was Bolton, Alicia Gates, and I want you to use this prosecutor, illegitimately she was appointed and why her case are tossed, and Pam Bondi files indictments against 2 of those people with that prosecutor. You're saying that this type of behavior is just part and parcel of being the president for attorney general in the U.S.?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so this is an exceptional behavior that Trump has done that no one else in U.S. history has done before, right?
What I'm saying is this: you take a guy and try to put him away for life and fail. That guy is going to be a little.
So you would say that Donald Trump is engaging in immoral behavior of doing an emotional response?
To be honest with you guys, you're jumping in as if you're trying to score like. Okay,
It's trying to sort of thing. We're trying to say factual.
The try to put yourself in a try to have a little imaginative identification with the people we're talking about, right? So here you have Letitia James making a way of thinking anyway, utterly fraudulent case in which the bankers came in and said we were not defrauded, we did our own evaluation, we made tons of money on this deal. So you have fraud without a victim, and then Letitia James, well, New York was the victim. Okay, and then that comes to light, by the way, not discovered by Trump, reported on media, that Letitia James, by the way, the other people doing this too, tries to take advantage of getting mortgage rate benefits by claiming multiple primary residences. Are you saying for a fact she didn't do that?
Correct. All of that has been lost.
You're saying that Letitia James
Her and the chair of the federal where they try to use this weird mortgage plan because it's apparently the only crime I'm familiar with. They don't have classified documents. Yeah, they fabricated these charges. That's why they were tossed. For these 2 people came out, they weren't true. There was a mismarking on a mortgage form. I think at the bank about it. Okay. You look at the actual rate she qualified for. You look at the actual underlying documentation. It's pretty obvious she wasn't applying for secondary or tertiary residences as well as principal residences for purposes of obtaining a low interest rate mortgage. That is, it was all bullshit.
I don't agree with that at all.
What was I factually wrong about that?
And
There's no disagreement.
well, there is a disagreement actually. We can look at both of that case in one. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if somebody who's trying to get on real estate fraud, it's themselves engaging in real estate fraud, there's a certain delicious irony in exposing that in retaliation. It's not that you're framing her for doing something you didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true? And moreover, let's say that they bring the charges back and she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay,
You
right.
would?
Yeah, of course.
Just because they found her guilty, let's just say they
Well,
took
I
her
would
to
look
court.
at the underlying facts, but I would say, and this is for a credit to you, I'm definitely sympathetic of the president having these feelings. Maybe, and you can, I don't know, maybe we'll get to her. Maybe it would be good if we had a independent attorney general who wasn't taking direct orders from the president, especially for saying he might be a vindictive man-child, and that person should have the luxury of operating independently like in every other presidential administration past, instead of taking direct orders from the president, who might, as you just laid out an excuse for, where's the evidence of Biden giving direction to Mayor Farley? Where's the evidence of Nara with the FBI behaving improperly with regards to the Mar-a-Lago case?
Okay.
Where's the evidence that Jack Smith was told by anybody to do his investigation? We don't have any of this.
Let me ask you this. How many times did either Alice or her lover show up in Washington, D.C. and meet with the Biden administration? How many times?
Doesn't matter. I mean, it's supposed to be the White House.
If okay,
The president isn't allowed to talk to anybody now, or else it counts as improper.
so you're saying it's perfectly fine for them to go to the White House, have a conversation, but you know what they were talking about a bunch of other stuff unrelated to these prosecutions.
Like when Donald Trump calls Putin for 2
Hold on,
hours after
hold on.
kicking out every world leader from the
Yes,
whole
yes.
The president is allowed to have conversations. If something improper is happening, I would want to know about it. But you or that people are evidence of it. Like we do for all the proper conversations that Trump has. Like when Giuliani made a phone call to Zelensky's aide, or when Trump made a phone call to Zelensky to threaten withhold aid, or like when Trump made the phone call to Raffensperger to try to rig the election in Georgia, or like when
That's all. This is all bullshit.
But wait, those calls are recorded. We listen to them. We can hear the phone call.
Okay, so let's start with the Raffensperger call.
Why don't we go to the Mar-a-Lago stuff? Let's just figure
Well,
it out.
what we're doing with Mar-a-Lago is we're trying to.
Did Donald Trump take classified information from the White House?
Yes.
He wasn't supposed to have it at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Was it Mar-a-Lago a skiff? Is that a secure classified?
It doesn't matter. The
Then he
issue
was.
the issue
That
is
the issue.
you just said intentionality.
Sure,
I'm
but
saying
I'm not. We haven't got into something yet. Are you allowed to have classified material knowingly outside of a secure classified area?
you might under certain circumstances. Yeah.
If you want it, there are like 10 different statements I can make that Donald Trump himself issued in 2016 about the importance of classified documentation. In fact, Jack Smith quotes all of them, including the executive order. And you know how embarrassing it is? Well, no, so I'm curious. Donald Trump did all the prerequisites needed to break the law. He had the documents where they weren't supposed to get. He knew they were classified. He said it to them. He was showing them to. And then he Trump investigated. Like, yeah, of course, that would be, if that was true, it would be a crime.
It is a little bit of a difficult question when a president takes his own documents from his own administration, an email that he sent to Kim Jong-un. Is that unauthorized?
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden? Why was her appointed for the president to do it? It's a fun law allowed to do this.
The issue is not whether they did it, because if doing it by itself is illegal, Biden should be in prison.
No, it's doing it knowing that you're retaining it. You're saying it's not a crime. Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden?
Okay, and earlier, but I was showing why Biden, I think, took a lot of those documents.
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden that wasn't a crime?
Special prosecutor was there to investigate the degree of the offense and whether or not charges should be brought.
You just said it wasn't a crime.
It wasn't a crime. I said that it depends on the situation. I said that in a case like this, it's like a CEO walks out of a company, takes a bunch of documents with him. His documents he wrote. Now, hold on. There's a difference because it's talking about classified documents.
But even CEOs can have
What you're
non-competes.
doing is showing me that Trump's conduct here was distinctive in any way.
Okay, can you give me a single example in all of U.S. history of any other president saying to somebody, here's a document, I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Don't look too close.
Okay, are you saying that if the president said that is by itself evidence that he is guilty?
No, but it's part of the indictment.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you read it, big deal. The point is,
Deal though.
No,
Donald Trump said it was a
I'm
big deal like 15 times when he's talking about other people retaining classified information. Remember how big of a deal you guys made about it when you talked about Hillary's emails for like 3 years?
yeah, and she was never charged.
Because she wasn't guilty of retention willfully.
Oh,
No,
you didn't know that.
That's what
How
the
do you know
investigator said. Because Comey said it.
Because Colby said it. Right, okay. So,
I'm sorry, you have evidence to the contrary. Wait, you have evidence to the contrary.
ultimately, it's been trapped in an appeal to authority. It's according to you, Comey, Merrick Garland, Biden, unimpeachable sources. Whatever they say should be taken as
No, they
gospel.
are impeachable, but you should have evidence to impeach them. If you don't agree with what they say, then you just say, this is why I disagree. So look at one of the crazy techniques, man. Like, here's some contrary evidence. If we see the pictures of the documents on the stage, we see the pictures of the documents in the bathroom, we see the pictures of the boxes filled out with the classified markings.
Have you seen the Biden pictures?
I don't know if those are released or not. But the convention with the finding of interest wasn't as convention.
You're supposed to be a factual researcher, but clearly
We saw the pictures because that was part of a federal indictment for crime against Trump. Biden and Pence were accused of crimes because they made the phone call to the FBI. They made the phone call to NARA to say, hey, we think we have stuff here. You should come and grab it. Do you see the difference in behavior?
The difference between behavior now goes to a separate issue, which is how they reacted to NARA. Okay.
Yes. One showed criminal and
hold on.
the other didn't.
And the context of this is really important because we now know there's extensive communications between NARA and the Biden DOJ about how to bring charges over this on Trump. That correspondence has been released. So we actually know that the NARA people were supposed to be these archives, neutral guys, librarians. No, they were very much part of the scheme of how do we go and get Trump.
I can this said one question that you're not going to answer again. If that was the case, why didn't they just file charges on day one? Why did NARA give him 8 months to return documents?
Why did what?
Why did NARA give him 8 months to return documents before the FBI finally got the charges basically ready for him to show up to take them because he wasn't returning anything? Why did they give him 8 months to return it?
Right, and I think the reason is simple, and that is when you're dealing with a massive sheaf of documents, a process of negotiation is fairly familiar, by the way. Other people have done it.
You said this wasn't a process of negotiation. You said this was them talking to the FBI, which they had to because they were like, there's a lot of stuff here that we're not getting, and the FBI didn't. NARA doesn't have the authority to go to the president's house and retrieve stuff. That would be part of the FBI. That's why they have communication. But if their goal, you said that they were talking the whole time with the case, why didn't they just do it on day one? Why did they wait so long?
Well, that's because the normal gap in communication for bringing charges is about 8 months. That's not unusual at all. If NARA was talking to the Biden DOJ and going, listen, we need to get Trump, he hasn't returned the documents, here's a great pretext, go get him.
That pretext being that he committed a crime?
No, the
That's not what pretext means.
No, a pretext means that we are engaged in this dialogue with the Trump administration. This can now be recast as Trump refusing to return.
He did refuse. They stopped communicating. That's why when the FBI went to the Mar-a-Lago place, they found more documents. Some of those we still have never gotten back because Trump deleted them.
Okay, look.
They just say it's bad. It's true. It's bad.
We can keep going on this, but I think what's look. Let me put it this way. I think you're a little pissed off that your case has been burned. Right? You were really hoping that you could get Trump, prevent him from running in 24, put the guy away in the 2024 election. Unfortunately, he was big enough, strong enough, had enough resources, had really good lawyers. He beat you every single time up and down.
So half his lawyers that he had initially are discarded now, so I'm going to be involving lawyers anymore.
You basically trying to relitigate in front of this poor bunch of guys. Go, you know what? If only I see Blanco had been litigating this, we really about them, but damn it, we hadn't gone to the council. It all blew up in our
Well, they
face.
don't even know anything about relitigation. It would be the conservatives that constantly relitigate 2020 and still don't. Do you acknowledge that, for instance, Trump lost the 2020 election? Okay, so we're talking about relitigation.
Okay.
I mean, like, you guys don't even accept the outcome of the 2020 election. We're supposed to be a beacon on the hill of democracy.
Okay, so we need to right there work on 2020 because apparently, just like in the opening books of the Republic, or Sophie just say, after an argument, we're getting the sort of knowing, which needs to be confronted because of its sort of sheer endearing dogmatism wedded to a bit of ignorance. So let me ask you this. Did you see my 100,000 views? Okay. Let me ask you this. You dispute the accuracy of cell phone geography. If you were to be convinced that in the 2020 election, in the weeks leading up to it, and then again in the period leading up to the recall election in early Jan, that there were a number of individuals used carrying ballots and going to 10 or more houses, and if this could be demonstrated by cell phone geotagging, would you agree that this is something that needs to be looked into?
Sure, and you did, and found nothing.
No. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's not accurate to say. You found 2 people you accused of engaging in mule worship. Both of those people, I think, sued you or the production company company, and then that's where the film was no longer for distribution or whatever. But those two people were both engaged in there. One guy was a father dropping off ballots for his family, and I think the other was a nurse who was dropping off ballots for the nursing home they were at. Both of those stories were verified to be true. I agree, 2000 Mills was an interesting accomplices, but it was missing the part two where you actually follow through on the investigation and find the people engaged in dealing for ballots. Simply saying that people drove by ballot boxes did not prove a crime.
First of all, okay, the nurse that you're talking about, I've never heard of. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's fully made up. That's out of your ass, basically. There is a case where we have in Georgia one guy who claims, who by the way is seen in the film dropping off multiple ballots. The guy says that this was legit, and he was dropping off.
Excuse me, sorry. Scared my dog.
You said litigated in a civil manner or criminal manner?
For the guy,
Because when you say that's pretty okay, so when you say civil lawsuit, who's suing who for what?
so the alleged mule is suing me and suing the company claiming that he individually, he's not saying the cell phone geotracking is valid. He's not saying anything shown in the movie is false. He's simply saying what you showed me doing in the film is lawful. And in the film we show individual act was lawful. That's what's being litigated.
Okay, which is it's a war, and it could be illegal activity, right?
It could be illegal, it could be legal. That's what's being fought over. But what I'm getting at is no one is disputing the footage in the film. Some of it, you said, there was electronic surveillance. Do you realize that the people who said that this was the most secure election in history never looked at any surveillance in any state? Do you realize that many states had surveillance turned off their videos before the election so they wouldn't have that surveillance?
That's really strange, and I feel like Sidney Powell and the Trump admin should probably chose some of their planes on places that didn't have surveillance, because the ones they did, they intentionally obfuscated the surveillance cameras in order to lie about what they were showing. Like, for instance, the ballot boxes underneath the table.
Why do we stay with what?
Okay, what do you say with your case? So your case has been 4 years, and nothing has been resolved with this information of defamation. It sounds like that's what it is.
In the film I made, we didn't talk about boxes under the desk, okay? We relied on two types of evidence, both of which, on the face of it, are valid. First, cell phone geotracking, and we showed that there were, in Georgia alone, in Fulton County, that area, 242 mules, alleged mules, who went to 10 or more drop boxes in the period of the election. Those same people, by the way, did not go to those drop boxes any other time because this was compared against the geotracking of an earlier date.
To be clear, real quick, to be clear, when you say went to those drop boxes, all you have are those people passed by those drop boxes.
No,
That's
no.
it. You don't know what they did there. You have no footage of them dropping anything off. You don't know who these people.
Wrong again.
Wait, do you have footage of those people dropping ballots off that? Also, notice for the one guy that's suing you, or your company or whatever, notice that you're talking about footage from dropping a single box. That's not even the claim. 2,000 mules is not 2,000 homing missiles to one box. It's supposed to be people dropping them off in multiple boxes. I didn't see footage of any of a single person out of the store. I actually one person, one time, visiting multiple ballot boxes. I didn't see a single example of that. Do you have a single example of that?
Yeah, I do.
Why didn't you show it?
It actually is shown in the movie. It is shown in the movie. What you really have is you see the same guy in two different outfits, the same box on two different occasions, dropping in multiple ballots.
Why would you use geo-tracking data to see a guy going through multiple ballot boxes and only look at his behavior on one ballot box when the central claim is the mule was going to multiple ballot boxes?
I'll tell you why. It's like this. It's like we have a serial killer who goes to 5 different homes. And you find 5 different bodies in those homes. His cell phone places him at those homes at those exact times of those 5 murders. However, only one of those homes has surveillance. And in that one case, you can look at the cell phone data, you can see when he entered the home, you can then compare it against the surveillance video, but you only have one video. Now, in the 2020 election, even in the places that had surveillance, they had surveillance in approximately 1 out of 10 or fewer drop boxes. So the truth of it is, you could have a cell phone moving from drop box to drop box, but only one of those drop boxes has surveillance.
I would say the analogy is very.
Described. The analogy. This is all.
The analogy is funny because they're saying there's 5 murders. You don't even have any proof of malfeasance happening at any of these. Also, when you say there's not surveillance on them, we keep saying that like that's exceptional. Surveillance wouldn't even really tell you anything. Right? I could show up in a hooded mask with everything covered in there's something illegal. I drop a bell off. We know nothing about this person. How would surveillance even help in this case?
Well, it would help to establish that the cell phone, because the problem with the cell phone is my cell phone is moving from box to box to box. My cell phone to my wife, then she could be going to box, but it would be with my cell phone. The advantage of the surveillance is to establish who's the guy who is showing up at the box. Now look, here's the problem, okay? When you do cell phone geo-tracking, you get a cell phone ID. The cell phone ID is not the phone number. We have no ability, and neither do you, to take a cell phone ID and identify the person associated with that cell phone. The only people who can do that is law enforcement. And so we asked Democratic officials in Georgia, in Arizona, in Milwaukee, in Philadelphia, in Detroit, to look into this. Not surprisingly, Democrats were like, we're not really interested in doing this. We're like, just stop the meals. Maybe there is a very plausible explanation. This guy just happens to take a really long walk around election time. He likes to stop at drop boxes. He smokes a cigarette at each drop box, and that explains why he's pausing at these drop boxes. So maybe there is an explanation. We'd like to know what it is. The movie can take you as far as the film can go, but to now demand, why don't you do the investigation? We're not able to do that, and we said so in the film. So what I'm getting at is, this is not a case where there's nothing here. There is a lot here.
There's literally, how could you even get that information?
Well, the answer is the cell phone date. You just take the cell phone data. You have a list of 2,000 or more cell phone IDs. You just get the actual phone numbers of everybody. You go visit.
No, I'm saying, how would you get the phone numbers? How would you translate this?
That can be done very easily. That's done in every burglary and murder case in the
Correct.
record.
The burglaries, there's no world where law enforcement can start pulling phone numbers and data from phones off of a wild hunch where no other information is shown probable cause, meaning that it's likely that a crime has been committed here. There's no world where a judge should be signing off on warrants for information.
Okay, so this is a good question. You're saying that if the prosecutor, let's just say in Fulton County, were to go to a judge and say, we have identified in Fulton County 242 individuals who, in the period leading up to the 2020 election or the recall election, have been identified as going directly to 10 or more drop boxes. By the way the cell phone moves is it doesn't move in a fluid pattern. It moves and stops. Moves again
Move and stop.
stops. You can actually tell when the phone pauses. So we're talking about people who are stopping at the drop box. If you go to a judge and say, we need a warrant to be able to identify these people and merely verify from them that their behavior was lawful. According to you, that warrant would be impossible to obtain because there's no probable cause. Knowing something about the law myself, I would say that warrant would be extremely easy to obtain.
But the judge, right, is it even an illegal activity?
The election fraud is illegal.
No, you don't have any evidence of election fraud. You have evidence of people walking near drop boxes, which also are near post offices, which are also could be mailing any number of things, right?
Let me pose a case to you. These 4 kids in Idaho are found dead. And this guy Kohlberger, you see his cell phone in the vicinity of the houses, and he makes a big circle around the house. And that's the geotracking. He was there at the time, around the time the crime was committed. Are you saying that a single judge would go, we don't even have any evidence he did it?
No, I think that would be good for probable cause that a crime was committed because we have 4 dead bodies. It's likely a crime committed there. Right. We have no evidence of voter fraud from any of these mailing boxes, so there is probable cause.
Right, but when an investigation is underway, judges are very willing give law enforcement tools to discover if a crime has been committed. I'll give you my own case. A very good example. So, in my own case, somebody tipped off the FBI that I made this contribution. The contribution could have been legal. They just
No, it couldn't have been, right?
Why?
Because it exceeded the federal election conditions.
There are actually legal ways to make a contribution. I think Soros gives millions of dollars. I just gave the wrong way.
Because Soros doesn't give millions of dollars to candidates or PACs. He gives them to things called super PACs, the hybrid 401 or 403c5 or whatever, C4s, whatever, like the different organizations there, but not to a candidate directly. You give money to another person and tell them to give money to a candidate because you know that you would be bypassing the limit. You're never allowed to do that.
All I'm trying to say is that a tip causes the FBI to assign $100,000 to investigate my case. And this is when law enforcement suspects that there's a crime that's been committed, they haven't proven it, they think it might be.
But there's a crime to speak of there. The exceeding of the campaign contribution limits. Well, you're talking about dropping ballots off at a drop box.
And you think that's a good reason for somebody, let alone 242 people, to go to 10 and 4 drop boxes?
How many cell phones data did you go through?
Millions.
So millions of cell phones, could 243 go by where 10 drop
Not
boxes?
go by, go from one drop box
From one drop box.
and no
Yeah,
more.
sure.
But we're not talking about
You understand the odds of millions of cell phones where there are post offices or post drop boxes near these locations? There are all post office drop boxes, right? But I think I can think of 240 people, millions of cell phones dropping off stuff at drop boxes during an election season. I guess that's a very lot of people that have to get those millions of people.
There is no reason for anyone to go to two drop boxes.
No reason at all. You've never in your life gone to 2 drop boxes before.
We're not talking about showing up to City Hall and turning in your ballot. We are talking about the so-called mail-in drop boxes. Look, even if I were taking the ballots of my family members, am I going to say I'll put one ballot in one box and then drive to the next box and a third box and remember that we're setting a high toward it?
But they just be mailing stuff? They just be dropping off stuff to mail?
You can send in your ballot by the mail.
No, it doesn't have to be a ballot. It could be anything, right?
The mail-in drop boxes are only for ballots. They're not for anything else. They're not intended for the post mail. You put your utility bill in there. Drop boxes set up for ballots. And what I'm saying is that it makes sense. All right, maybe by accident you went to 2 boxes. Okay, you went to one and put in your ballot. You went to a second and had it slow. Once you set the bar at 10 drop boxes, you defy credulity. There's no reason to do that. And that's why, in itself, it is suspicious behavior. Now, are you saying that in all the 242 cases, am I saying that all of them were equally guilty of the same type of fraud? I don't know. But I'm saying that there's very good reason to investigate further. And if this were done,
let's say that I ran all that. Let's say that I say there's very good information to investigate these people for crimes, despite having no evidence of crime being committed and no evidence of what these people were doing at the drop boxes. You don't think that there wasn't very good reason to investigate Donald Trump for committing crimes relating to the retention of classified material when he's showing classified material? People saying I could have declassified it, but I didn't.
Dude, I'm not saying that there's no good reason to investigate any. I'm not saying that. I'm not
So
saying
then the investigations of Trump were done for a good reason.
well, it could have been done. It could have. Generally, when there's an investigation, there is some plausible basis for it.
Sure.
But I think
Like
you would be
retention of classified material. Yeah.
But I think you would be naive if you're saying, oh, you know what? Had this not been Trump, but let's say had it been Bill Clinton, they would have done exactly the same thing.
What about Hillary
And you would
Clinton?
well, I'm saying Bill Clinton was the president.
What about Hillary Clinton? She was running for president. We talked about her emails for years.
Talking about her emails in the public domain is one thing.
So actually, I investigated her email usage.
What I'm getting at is, okay, the Hillary crime is, I haven't even brought that up. I'm not talking about that. If I were to prosecute a crime right now, I don't know if it could be pushed ahead, but the Russia collusion hoax, which began with Hillary, was then cooked up in the Obama White House itself, involved all of the top officials of the Obama administration, was executed entirely intentionally.
You know, the whole thing falls apart. Well, you're not going
With
to
this
get
simple,
Yeah, but why wouldn't they publicize the hoax before Trump won the election?
wait,
Why did they wait to talk about this until after Trump won the election? Why didn't they do it before, like they did with Hillary's emails?
well, this is
Like, you know, Hillary kind of they lost the election because Comey made like 3 announcements. Comey's like a blog poster every day. We got to do that thing before Hillary Clinton. But Donald Trump is completely interrupted until after the election. What a horrible host.
Well, the answer is really obvious. I'm speechless because of the sort of it's so obvious the answer to that question. Hillary was 100% sure she was going to win the election. Hillary had it made. All the odds were in her favor. She was beating it tremendously in the polls. In fact, Frank Luntz, it just reflects the popular mood where on the day of the election, he simply tweets, Hillary Clinton will be the next president of the United States. She believed it. I think Trump believed it. These people couldn't believe it. And they were essentially in so now what mode. So here's what I'm getting at. Do I have to explain why they had the meeting in the White House on October and July? You seem to admit they had the meeting. You seem to admit that all the deep state guys were there. You seem to admit that Hillary cooked up this false dossier and this was used for at least 2 years, maybe more, to cripple the presidency of Trump. Is that right?
Well, the problem is not trying to investigate things. It was a crime, for instance, when Donald Trump fired Comey, who obstructed the investigation into all of the colluding Russian people around him, which was probably criminal in nature. But of course, Donald Trump will never be convicted of any crime now that the Supreme Court has said that the president apparently can't commit crimes. We do know that people were convicted around Trump for things related to colluding with Russia or Russian officials. Manafort was a great example of that. Robert Stone colluded with Lucifer when it came to leaking the hacks about the Hillary email address and all the emails that she supposedly, had on her server and everything else. But to talk about this collusion hoax with Obama and this the bogus stuff that Tulsi Gabbard has released, all of this stuff was investigated by our deep state operatives for like a year leading up to the election. Do you agree that Russia was intervening and interfering with all of the media cycles and everything in our country? Do you agree that Russia had companies, the Internet Research Agency was one of which Manafort turned on indictments about, that he was influencing the election in the United States? Do you agree with it or you disagree with it?
That is not what the Russia collusion hoax.
Well, but do you agree or disagree with it?
Well, I agree with it in the blase sense that I think that because the United States is the most important country in the world.
So it was the largest disinformation campaign in all of foreign interference history.
We cannot do this election without the following countries: China, India, Israel, Qatar, Russia.
Can you give a single example of China, Israel, or Qatar intervening in our election atmosphere the same way that Russia did?
I would say that the Qatar influence is far greater and far more pernicious.
Give me an example.
Hold on, I'll give you an example. So in the case of Russia, the attempt was an extremely clumsy attempt to influence social media posts by bots and other.
So it wasn't clumsy. They were literally organizing protests in the United States, and they had a company here. Some of the largest GOP accounts, 10 GOP over 200,000 followers, was ran by Russians.
Qatar. Let's look at what Qatar has done. I just read a report that Qatar put $1 billion into Georgetown University. Single institution. Qatar buys political science departments. Qatar has invested heavily in the U.S. media. If you want to influence an election, you don't think it's better to influence it through massive media outlets that reach tens of millions of people? Yes. So Qatar's influence, again, if you can seriously contend that Russia was the leading influencer of the election, I think you're extremely naive.
Okay, so then let's say first of all, you have no evidence, but let's say that I agree with that. Let's say that I disagree with you. So Qatar was influencing U.S. politics. Who is the guy who just got a $400 million jet from Qatar and just agreed to give them the security assurance, the same as we would to a NATO ally, and is allowing them to train fighter pilots in the United States?
So
it's not Trump you didn't know. What did Biden get from Qatar? What did Biden get from Qatar?
You actually think you're making a good point by leapfrogging from the topic we were discussing, which is, you started with a claim. Russia was unique in trying to influence the election. I make the obvious point, who doesn't? Who's not trying to get a favorable outcome for their country? We know Ukraine was. Why do you think Ukraine was
The
involved?
difference is that I'm giving facts. When you say other countries advocate for themselves, you're allowed to do that. There is a process by which you declare with Russia did not do that. It used subversive means. For instance, independent media is a recent organization doing this. And if you read the Manafort indictments, you can see that there were agents operating companies in the United States that were wholly owned by Russia, pretending to be Americans that were organizing protests, organizing rallies,
So
and
that is your
that's the examples that I've given.
Okay, so your case, such as it is against Russia. But you notice that the collusion hoax had nothing to do with Russia per se. It was about Trump. Part of the case was not that Russia's trying to influence the election. There are all kinds of things you can do against that. You can deploy the CIA. You can charge them on the far off. You can arrest Russians. You can do sanctions. Notice that the Russian collusion hoax, frankly, many people in this room probably were like, oh, exciting. We think we can sink the president this way. It was based on the idea that Trump went along with it.
But he did, didn't he? Didn't Trump say on TV, if you release the 10,000 emails, we're actually going to be greatly rewarded?
No.
Wasn't Lucifer a Russian hacker that Roger Stone himself was working with to time releases of Hillary's emails, the most damning stuff from the Podesta stuff?
Okay. What I'm getting at is...
Wasn't there a Trump Tower meeting where first Trump officials and surrogates lied about what the meeting was for, and then later they admitted that, yeah, there was a lawyer lady from Russia who received an admission about Hillary Clinton?
Okay. So prior to the Mueller investigation, all of this recycled garbage was in all the media, and all of you guys were cheering it and hoping it would amount to something. And then Mueller investigates it, and he goes, guess what? There was no collusion.
So that's not what Mueller said. I see you didn't make a report.
So,
Collusion is not a legal term. What
you-
Mueller said was there was probably criminal obstruction
Do you-
that prevented him from being able to do the investigation.
All right. So
That's
you
what happened.
do you dispute Mueller's conclusion that there was no Russian collusion?
He wasn't there to determine collusion as far as a crime. There's no crime of collusion. Mueller said that he couldn't gather enough evidence to prove that, and he said that there was any obstruction that probably would meet the level for criminal obstruction along the way. For instance, why did Trump fire Comey?
Okay, hold on.
Will you answer that question?
Very-
Well, there's only one
Yes,
answer.
very,
It was to obstruct the investigation.
Okay.
That's why
You
he fired
said
Comey.
a little bit earlier ago, why would you even need a special counsel to look into something if a crime had not already been committed? You said that. Then you say just now, Mueller said, I don't have enough evidence that the crime was even committed. And yet he had been investigating this for a long duration of time. He concluded there's nothing there. But evidently there was enough there for him to do the investigation.
What do you think obstruction is? Obstruction is when you make it hard for a person to investigate. That's what obstruction is. Why do you think Donald Trump fired Comey?
Why Donald Trump fired Comey? Because he's the president. He has every right to fire.
When we talk about Democrats, we talk about what's moral and what's right. When we talk about Trump, we talk about what is in the outer perimeter of what is he legally allowed to do. He fired Comey because Comey wouldn't stop the investigation into him.
Comey is an utter baseball.
What does that have to do with what we're talking
Hold
about?
on. He's utterly. Comey was in on the Russia collusion hoax.
Then why did he make public announcements about Hillary's email campaign that probably sunk her entire
Why did
campaign?
he change the topic?
I'm not. I'm just pointing out how ridiculous all of their segments are. None of it makes sense.
Comey is the guy. This is the guy.
Why did Trump fire him?
Because Trump realized that he was actually part of the hoax.
Do you even know why Trump? Do you even know why Trump stated he publicly fired him? He said it was because of the Hillary email stuff. Trump fired him because after Flynn was indicted, Trump said, "Well, now you guys should be done.
There's
You know, you should be
another
done." It was a good indictment. He should have lied to the FBI about talking to Russian about Russian
Comey
Russians.
actually went on TV and boasted that they entrapped Flynn. Comey basically said we needed to get Flynn, but we normally couldn't get him because in the White House you have to go through the White House counsel. But we knew that things were a little chaotic in the Trump White House in the first term. So what we did is we sent a couple of guys acting like they were not up to anything. Just want to ask a few questions to clear a few things up. And of course, Flynn thinks these guys are on his side. They're just trying to sort something out. He cooperates, and boom, they go after.
Wait a second. So a couple of police officers acted like they were on your side, and then you lied to them, and they charged you with a crime. This sounds like every JCS video on YouTube ever. Welcome to the real world.
Wait a minute.
This guy is a general. How does he not know how the freaking police work? Seriously? Just for the audience, I haven't said it responsibly. If you lie to the FBI or if you lie to police officers about things, you can be charged with crimes. It doesn't matter. They're trying to be your friend. They're trying to get you to admit to a lie. That's the whole purpose of law enforcement.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I if they cannot get you on something, they interview you for 10 hours. They then will find something you said in hour 7 that contradicts something that you said in hour 3. And they will say that both things can't be true, and therefore you must apply. I can give you, I know personally a case of a guy in Los Angeles, movie director, in fact, the guy who made the film Die Hard, where they went after him on this. He was friends with a guy, he'd gone to school with a guy who apparently was in the mafia, and they were trying to get this guy, John McTiernan by name, the director, by the way, of Die Hard 1 and 2, they told him, we want you to give up your friend. McTiernan basically said, I'm not doing it. Leave me alone. So what they did was they contacted him under dubious pretext we don't need to go into. We need to ask you some questions about something else. And then they interview him for hours and hours and hours. And they find 2 statements, by the way, not even directly about the case, that quote contradicted each other. And they're like, you lied to the government, you lied to the FBI, that's a crime in itself. This poor guy spent, I believe, 2 years in prison for lying to the government.
I have a feeling if you look at the facts of the case, it's not going to be remotely close to what you represented in the case. But also, secondly, just don't talk to them then. Why was he even talking to them for 10 hours?
No,
Is he bored?
all I'm
Did he need some friends?
all I'm saying, no, you think you're cooperating, then
You don't have to. You just say I don't feel like talking for 10 hours. I'm fine cooperating with one person. I haven't talked to the FBI for 10 hours.
I wouldn't either, but that's because
Excuse me.
I think it's savvy.
Sorry.
And Glenn wasn't. He was just a doughy-eyed, innocent person wondering.
I mean, Flynn did not think that Flynn comes in as the national security advisor.
The national security advisor lied about speaking to a foreign Russian person in charge of political events. Why would you lie about that? Don't you think maybe that's probably not a good thing if you're the national security advisor to lie about?
It maybe or maybe not, or it could be. Hold on. I mean, if you are in the CIA or the NSA or in the security agencies, you lie a lot. You lie a lot as part of your diplomacy. You lie a lot as part of what you're paid to do. It is your job to mislead foreign governments. It is your job to mislead people domestically.
Not domestically. You don't mislead your own agency.
Stop. If I'm lying, hold on. You're acting. You asked me a question, which is there a reason for Flynn? Let's just say he met with Mr. X. And he now asked, did you meet with Mr. X? And Flynn could have many good reasons for saying, no, I didn't. Okay? So, did Flynn lie? Yeah, he did.
Did he have one reason why he should lie to our own FBI?
It could be that Flynn is dealing with foreign policy. The FBI comes in. Who knows what they told Flynn? Let's say they told Flynn, look, we're just investigating embezzlement inside the White House. We need to ask you a bunch of things. You know what they said to Flynn? That's the key point. They come to Flynn under one pretext, and they're trying, and the key point here is intention. They came to entrap. That's the beauty of what Sophie said.
So that's, what do you think entrapment is? Entrapment is when I ask you a question, you lie?
No. Entrapment is where you basically go to a guy that you have no basis to suspect. Right? They didn't know. They weren't saying that Flynn did anything. They were like, let's see what we can get on Flynn.
So no, entrapment is when you entice or force somebody to commit a crime that they wouldn't have otherwise committed. If a police officer walks up to you and they say, hey, do you want to buy some illegal drugs? And you say, yeah, sure, that's not entrapment. If a cop comes up to you and he says, you better buy this drug or I'm going to beat the shit out of you or whatever, that would be entrapment. Entrapment is not I ask you questions and you oopsies lie to me about communicating with Russian. That's the national security advisor. Jesus, right? Like that's on you at that point. Sorry.
I think that when the government sets out to trap in this way, this is just downright diabolical.
Then why has Trump failed to do with his political opponents despite being so hungry to do so? Or do you agree, for instance, that the Hunter Biden stuff was just outlandish, given that the confidential informant that entire investigation started with, which Jordan and Gomer, nobody found any good solid information about this, about Hunter Biden engaged in legal overseas, not reporting or whatever. The entire start of that was a confidential informant, which now admitted to lying completely about the origination of that story.
Okay, leaving aside the confidential originator of the case, do you agree that Hunter Biden and his partner partners receive $83,000 a month from the RISD.
No, that was the report pants, and
You don't agree that they got the money?
no, I don't disagree.
Oh, you agree. You agree that money. Do you believe that Hunter Biden is a expert on minerals and in the Ukraine?
He might be, he might not be. I think he was a business person. He'd been on boards of other business ventures before.
Not to mention a noted artist. You know, he has done a lot of amazing things.
He's more qualified than Witkoff is to talk about Ukraine, and he's currently our ambassador to Putin. He doesn't even bring his own translator. So Hunter Biden was qualified to sit on the Greece report, yes.
Yeah.
And if I were to ask you, is there any evidence that he was sat there improperly, you would be able to give me nothing. So let's
Oh,
both
no, I
agree
would
that
be
he was
able to give you
qualified.
something. I would be able to give you something. Okay. I will give you the evidence which is now released. Detailed Hunter Biden energy reports, which appear to have been actually lifted from the Biden confidential files. In other words, you said before, Biden didn't even know we had these files. There was no reason for him to have them. Yes, there is a reason. The reason is to cash in on the information because one of the things that foreign countries want to unavailable where. And so if you have confidential documents, by and large, all these guys who go to government, very often when they leave, they become consultants.
Joe Biden took file information of his son to sell his own son to foreign operatives.
Joe Biden took confidential documents because he realized that they could become the basis for a quote insider information that benefited not just Hunter Biden, but James Biden, Frank Biden, and Joe Biden himself. Don't forget about 10% for the big guy.
Which makes okay, so I'm just curious then. So if I were to say Donald Trump does stuff like that, for instance, how he has two of the largest crypto schemes in the world set up right now where anonymous people can donate to Donald Trump and even be seated to speak with him in the White House or at Mar-a-Lago, like the event that he did, I guess like a year ago or whatever. Can you show me anything comparable to access to Joe Biden like that, or any evidence whatsoever that he planned to use any of this improperly or communicated improperly or did anything with these documents?
You're talking about two different things. You're talking about presidential fundraising. I would tell you the way that fundraising works in the United States is very simple. If you tomorrow had a business and you needed something, and you wrote a $10,000 check, you were a local congressman, that guy will return your phone call the next day, if not the day after.
Didn't you just argue against this and saying that you
No.
illegally donated money to your friend who was running for Congress up in New York? Are you admitting that that's what you were doing? Is it for well?
My friend ran basically a
Like I can even make a stronger argument because one of the accusations the prosecutors were making is that your friend introduced you to the person who's the primary funder for one of your documentaries, right?
You have this facile ability to jump leapfrog style things that have nothing to do with
I can explain the connections if you want. You can explain that if you want to make financing work in the United States, here's how financing works. But earlier, you gave me the exact contrary position, saying just because I'm illegally sending money to a friend running for Congress doesn't mean I'm looking for a quid pro quo. Those are two contradictory positions. I'm trying to understand the contradiction between.
My friend was running a quixotic campaign in New York. She was running because the Dartmouth woman, Kristen Gillibrand, was the sitting senator. And so my friend Wendy Long said, I think I can raise some issues in the campaign. I said, don't run, Wendy. You're going to lose by 40 to 50 points. And she goes, okay, if I run, will you help me? Well, if you run, I'll try to help you. So this was the basis on which I supported the candidate who had no chance to win, lost by 40 points. I had nothing to get out of it. And so what I'm getting at is we were talking a moment ago about how presidents raise money and it's the people who give them money. And I'm finding that on both parties this is very common. But that's not the same with Hunter Biden. You jumped from Hunter Biden to that. Hunter Biden was basically cashing in big time from a foreign government purporting to supply them with insider information, which is what they were paying for, and we know from his own business partner that money was ending up in the pocket of Joe Biden.
What insider information? Insider information.
If you read, all you have to do is read the Hunter Biden reports in which he claims, I'm giving you all this information
Information on how to run a business because that his business was.
Giving you information about the U.S. policy and posture vis-a-vis energy, and giving you information about various people in the administration.
Insider.
How do you know that?
Because it was never I don't know if he, Palmer, or Jordan alleged
attached to this. It doesn't show up in any report ever. It was just always these vague stories.
Not vague stories.
Why didn't he charge with any crimes at all? Why didn't the House didn't even recommend charges, despite the 50 million different subcommittees, special investigations, or whatever it tried to do on him? You're frustrating here, I know, I understand. It's a difficult position to be in. There's just, but the difference is like, so if I look at the crypto stuff, there's nothing remotely comparable in all of U.S. history to a president being able to solicit anonymous donations from anybody on the planet, right?
The House recognized that to propose criminal prosecution to Joe Biden's own DOJ was a fool's errand. That's why they didn't do it.
But they did. But they did. They literally had him plead guilty to conviction. Federal Department of Justice. Because what you just said isn't
If
true.
he didn't do anything wrong,
Wait, how did they get?
Joe
How did
Biden,
they get?
pardon him, Joe Biden was very careful to pardon Hunter Biden for crimes going back to 2014. In other words, he gave him a retroactive pardon, not just for things to do with charisma, but for any other crimes this guy did, going back to when Joe Biden himself was the vice president.
Why were they able to convict him of some things if they weren't able to recommend any charges? Wasn't Joe Biden or wasn't Hunter Biden convicted of the gun charge and the IRS charge?
Yes, he was convicted of those things, and I think
they could recommend charges.
I think that I've just given you what I think would be a good case to make. Now, why the powers that be decided, let's not charge Hunter
Well,
Biden.
just so we agree, what you just said had no basis in reality. They could recommend charges. They did. He pled guilty to those two things. So they always have the ability to recommend charges. Isn't it more likely that they, especially considering the origination of the investigation was a confidential informant, line of everything, right? And then 10% of the thing, interestingly enough, we're just citing the Russian leaks from the DCCC.
Absolutely not. We're citing Hunter Biden's own business partner. Yes.
No.
It was Tony Bobulinski who revealed the 10% for the big guy.
No, there is no connection to Joe Biden there.
Tony's
It's never been made. It's never been made. They had the ability to investigate for a year. They
The
could
10% for the big guy, it comes from Hunter Biden. There was a meeting with Joe Biden, Bobulinski, Hunter Biden at the Milano restaurant in Washington, D.C., not very far from here, in Georgetown, in which Joe Biden was very careful himself not to get into the business dealings, but he would always show up as if to say, listen, this is only, I'm involved. I'm supporting my son here. You make the deal with him. The money will then part of it come to me. All of this is laid out. No, I agree.
I'm curious. I think that's what happened. What did Joe Biden do for his son? What was the quid pro quo here for his alleging? What even happened?
This is the style of the Corleone family. What does Joe Biden do for his son? Joe Biden's son is Michael Corleone. He's part of the corrupt family operation. The other brothers are
What is the operation?
The operation is to shake down foreign entities.
Shake down how? Like when goes to other countries and signs deals with leaders in Indonesia and Qatar and Ukraine and Russia for mineral deals? What about the $700 million in DoD contracts Trump's own children have gotten for extraction deals in Ukraine that the president himself is negotiating? Well, supposedly, actually, Whitlock getting planned that stuff for Russians, right? Well, I can show
I mean,
you.
your only mode of defense is the what about, and then you jump to something.
Well, no, my motive
Why
is the
don't
reason.
we stay with this?
Okay, wait, if you want to stay with the topic, give me one concrete example of Biden corruption. What's one concrete example? Not like I think this happened and there was a story. What's one concrete example? Okay, I just give you like 5 for Trump.
All right. One concrete example is that Biden is vice president, and right about the time that Biden is designated as the U.S. man for Ukraine, a river of money now begins to flow from Burisma to Hunter Biden and his business partners, and all of this at a time when Burisma itself is under investigation for all kinds of fraud, and Joe Biden goes on camera before an international council and tells you that he demanded that the prosecutor of Burisma be fired. And not only that, he got him fired. And he not only that, he went on to say, I told Ukraine that you're not getting $1 billion if you don't fire this guy.
Why did
There is nothing that Trump has done that comes to
Well, sure. Well, then why did he say that?
He said that because it's true and he got away with it.
No, why did Biden tell that to Ukraine?
Because Biden told that to Ukraine because he was essentially making a deal with Burisma.
You don't even know the official.
Hold on, Burisma said, you sort out this corruption deal for us here, and we will start paying your son, and money will flow right back to you. Nothing but the timing is perfect. The amount of money is huge, and
The
all of
timing is perfect. What else was going on in Ukraine? Don't you think there might have been maybe the whole? I know that's not the official story that the entire European Union and the United States and the whole U.S. official administration agree, but the deal was that money was going to be made available to loan to Ukraine if they would clean up the rampant corruption in that country, which there was a plethora of. We know this because one of the main benefactors of that corruption was Manafort, when he was working with Putin to help his candidate in Ukraine that he was lying about reporting his income to. One of the big indictments that came out, one of the big convictions, and one of the big pardons that came later. But that's unrelated to this, right? But in 2014, and of course it's not nothing. In 2014, when Biden was making the policy was the United States. Biden was operating. This was the deal that Ukraine had already made with the U.S. You have to clean up. Chauvin was known as a bad prosecutor. That investigation you were talking about into Burisma, that was dead for a year. There was nothing even happening on that front. Ukraine was known to be a country with a lot of corruption and a lot of corruption-related issues, and part of them having access to low interest rate loans from the West, from the United States, was that they would clean up their corrupt businesses, ability to do as a country. So that was a story given. The whole rest of the world agrees. The European Union, the United States, everything else. Nobody's brought this up until Trump was trying to do a quid pro quo later. But his own personal attorney, Giuliani, making phone calls, and then him making phone calls unilaterally on his own.
So let's repeat your dewy-eyed account of what is actually happening in Ukraine. According to you, there's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. True. Not surprisingly, very involved in corruption. Would you think that a giant energy company in Ukraine is somehow immune from the corruption? They're part of it. Okay, a prosecutor is looking into it. According to you, Joe Biden, having no personal interest in the matter whatsoever, motivated purely by the most sublime ethics, tells Ukraine, you have to fire as a prosecutor. You need to fire this one guy,
The chief prosecutor.
Hold on, who is looking into, the chief prosecutor who is looking into corruption from the company that my son is about to make an extremely lucrative financial deal with.
Nowhere near as
83 grand.
Yeah.
Go on.
Puzzle break.
According to you, all on the up and up. No investigation required here, guys.
You know why I know this?
We're
Here's
all
the easy.
Democrats here, and when our guys do it, it's all A-OK.
This is the easy killer question that, again, you won't have an answer for. If this was such a horrible, corrupt thing, why is it that Republicans only seem to recall the quote that Joe Biden made on the stage in front of the whole world in 2014, years later, when they came up with Donald Trump in Ukraine? Why would Joe Biden go out on stage and admit to the corruption, saying, I told them that if you don't fire Trump, you're not getting anything from us? Why did nobody say, oh my God, we need to investigate him for corruption? Maybe because the whole world understood how corrupt the Ukrainian system was at that point in time.
The reason people went back to the video is for the simple reason that they, at that point of the video, didn't know about the money flow. So the point is, Joe Biden makes an action which seems on the up and up. It just job, I'm making sure
Part of the fire process here.
it is first of all, it's a little unusual for the Vice President of the United States to name the chief prosecutor in this country and say,
Very unusual. I agree.
Very
So
unusual.
why didn't anybody think anything weird of it? Because this was the policy that the European Union and the West had, guaranteeing loans to help Ukraine. That's why nobody listened to it.
So you can think that something is weird without thinking that there's money changing hands. You can think, I don't know why you do that. That's really strange. And then a little bit later,
They didn't know.
hold on, you actually have checks made out of Hunter Biden's LLCs. You have contracts from Burisma. Now you know, oh my gosh, it all makes sense. This guy was doing it to open up a spigot of money. Obviously, it's in Burisma's interest to shut down the investigation. What's that worth? $83,000 a month? Yeah. Is Hunter Biden's expertise worth 83? Hunter Biden wasn't just getting 83. So was Devin Archer. So it's 83 per partner, not 83 total per month. People don't give that kind of money, especially foreigners don't give that kind of money without having some interest in the matter.
So what would you say about the $2 billion that Kushner's firm got from the MBS when Donald Trump was crafting the Abraham Accords? Are you saying there must have been a quid pro quo there as well? Or what about the massive Qatar deal, the $500 million jet? Or what about the minerals deal in Ukraine with Russia?
I think we should look at these. So I think with Trump, let me tell you
Well,
what.
here, let's move on to this. Can we admit for everything else? There's no
Well,
solid proof of any of the stuff related to Hunter Biden. It's just, the big guy or whatever. There was no solid proof of anything related to Joe Biden or Pence with
Well,
regards
there's
to
no
improper handling of their documents.
Well, all I'm saying is when you say there's no solid proof, all evening you have been reciting these rhetorical, why do you think Trump took a plane from Qatar? There's no solid proof, but you've been saying it. Why did Jared Kushner make this deal? You constantly invoke these rhetorical lies.
So to be clear, I'm not invoking rhetorical lies.
As
I'm not
if-
holding
as
your
if
line.
the
The issue is that
question
Kushner,
answers itself.
Kushner was the guy who was the chief architect of the Abraham Accords, and Kushner's firm got $2 billion from MBS from Saudi Arabia. Or Donald Trump allowed Qatar to have a security agreement with the US, they don't even have with Israel, and in exchange there is a $400 million jet that was authorized for Donald Trump's, I guess, Secret Service and his presidency.
He doesn't get the plane.
Hunter Biden was never a public office official holder. So there is no, I can't draw the comparison. Now, Hunter Biden worked in the White House, or Hunter Biden had the same role that Whitcock had, that Elon Musk has, that any of Trump's children have, then I could say, oh yeah, that is kind of like weird and bad. You guys seem very focused on the hypothetical crimes of Hunter Biden, none of which the House was able to actually indict him on. But you have no concern about the open, rampant corruption that Donald Trump is engaged in, where right now, with a crypto coin, he could take donations from anybody around the world and nobody would know about it.
Let's look at the general, because I think if we're looking at corruption, let's look and see what's going on here. So Trump, one of the unique aspects of Trump, I guess, is
Being a criminal, president, yeah.
it's not a criminal act.
But I agree, the Supreme Court's
Trump operates. Trump is ultimately who acts as if the United States is his corporation, and he's the CEO. Trump thinks the way Trump mind works, if I can get a foreign business $500 million into the United States, I'm scoring a big one for my company called the USA. Trump thinks that if I'm making a deal with Qatar, and the Qataris as tribute want to give the United States of America, not Trump, plane, we'll take your plane. It actually establishes who is paying tribute to whom. And Trump's point is, I can do these deals. Frankly, if it were the Biden administration, they would have given Qatar $400 million and got nothing out of it.
So the CEO of your company cut you a deal, a deal where your company now has to do work for Qatar, but the CEO gets to fly around a $500 million private jet. You feel like the CEO was working for you?
You're saying, yeah, I do.
How does the $400 million jet help Americans?
$400 million jet is $400 million less that the United States would have to pay. Air Force One is being refurbished or displaced.
So instead of paying American workers in an American company to make a plane, we got one for free from Qatar. A country that you said is influencing our country to afford any other country on the planet.
I think you think you're making boxes on me, but you're not.
I'm just pointing out what you're saying. I'm just coming from your side.
Spell it out.
Go ahead.
The nation of Qatar is extremely. They understand that you've got the radical jihadis over here, and you've got Israel over here. And the Qataris realize that there is a very important middleman role to be played by a worker who has access to the terrorists, but at the same time is willing to make deals with America. And so, for example, if you want to get the hostages out, it's not easy to deal with Hamas. So Qatar goes, listen, the guys in Hamas, they live with them. We'll talk to them. We'll get some sense out of them. Now, this is the reality of the dirty world we live in. You have to work with these kinds of people. Are they complicit? Yes. They make promises? Yeah. They go, listen, we want to run some joint air exercises with you at one of your military bases. But we are the good Muslims. We preach the Quran, but we don't want to bomb your buildings. And so you need to encourage the good Muslims to undermine the power of the bad Muslims. And so this is Qatar's sales pitch. Why do you think Georgetown took their money? think they don't? Why do you think they own political science departments around the United States? They have a pitch. Now, what I'm saying with Trump understands what the pitch is. But Trump is operating, I think, as no president I've seen before him in the transactional world. Something he is better at than almost anybody else I've seen in 40 years in American politics. The Biden people were so bad at this that they were giving away everything and getting nothing in return.
Why is it that Donald Trump is able to create all these crafty deals with people like Qatar? And when you talk about the terrorists and everything else that they were concerned with, they're probably concerned with the fact that Israel had just bombed them. I think that was a major impetus for them securing a peace agreement or a security agreement with the United States. Because they didn't want Israel bombing them anymore, number one. Number two, he has all this ability to negotiate so cleverly and craftily with all of his enemies. Why can't he make the same negotiations with, I don't know, Canada and Mexico?
Well,
He's turned ally to enemy of almost every country on the planet of the United States.
I'll tell you why. Because what Trump is dealing with is basically 75 years of European freeloading off of America. The Europeans after World War II had an amazing deal, which is basically we, America, will locate hundreds of thousands of troops in Europe to protect against the Soviet invasion. We will guarantee the protection of Europe, and we, the American taxpayer, will pay for it. Meanwhile, you can take all the money that you were spending on defense and use it on your welfare state. This deal has been in place, untouched by Republican or Democratic presidents for 75 years. And every time
He just
questioned it, the president or the president's team has basically said, we have to live with it. We realize we're being ripped off. By the way, the same is true across the board. It recently came out.
Just focusing in Europe. Just focusing in Europe.
It recently came out that by and large, pharmaceutical drugs all over the world are dramatically cheaper than in the United States. Why? Because all the R&D cost is borne by us. And the companies then sell the product for the actual cost plus a markup. So you might get the same drug for $7 in Canada, and it's $50 in the United States because our citizens are stuck with all the R&D costs. We didn't even hear about this for decades.
Wasn't there a president who was blackly trying to do like a public document or
So we need to jump in with some irrelevant. Is it a lie?
That's why. We always have known that drugs cost more in the United States. Why do you think we've always been trying to pass the Affordable Care Act? We've always known that these things are expensive. Why have we trying to get it so that Medicare could actually negotiate with drug providers in order to have actual ceilings on price? We've always known this, but for some reason conservatives are just now catching up to 20 years of like, wow, isn't this kind of a bad thing?
Hold on. You know, and this is really the story of this debate. Primarily, you shift the ground to you're taking it for granted that the drug should cost $50, and you're saying having ripped off the American citizen by making him pay the full R&D freight, let's now democratically hand outs to people so that they can now afford the $50, even though the price shouldn't be $50 in the first place. See, so with Trump, you go to the root of the problem, which is let's sit down these pharmaceutical guys from abroad, let's kick their ass a little, let's tell them, listen guys, you can't pull the scam on me anymore, I know exactly what you're doing. You want this drug, you don't have to take it, you can let your people die of diabetes or whatever, but if you want this drug, the company will amortize the R&D cost over the price of the drug worldwide. Americans are not going to pay higher prices. Whether we do Obamacare or not is a completely separate issue. But in your usual gymnastic way, you can't answer what I said, so you pretend everybody
What do you think I can't
knows.
answer? What's the question you asked that you don't think I can answer?
The question I'm raising is this. You started out by asking me, why is Trump so combative when he can't make a deal with Canada? And I'm giving you the answer because those people have been enjoying a rip-off scheme for 75 years.
If all of these other countries are enjoying a rip-off scheme in the United States, why are we outperforming all of them?
He's not fighting with all of them. He
I
makes
don't know,
their
why
deal.
are we outperforming all of them? Which European countries benefited so much from their one-sided, lopsided deal with the United States that they're doing so much better than us? Who's outperforming the U.S. right now worldwide? 75 years of
That
extraction.
is what is known as
I'm sorry, what is the damage? You said that they were all leeching off of us, taking advantage of the state of
taking advantage of the state of. Let's just start with Europe. Okay, the truth of it is not only does America pay a large portion of European defense costs, but they don't even pay their freight in NATO. They were getting away by and large with paying about 1% of their GDP to NATO. Under Trump, they've agreed to raise it to 5. Now, I can see why they're pissed about that. Nobody wants to pay 5. They'd rather have that money to spend on buying boats in their own
What do they
country.
even pay? What do they even pay?
We're talking NATO is supposed to be funded by a collaborative. It's a collaboration of the United States and the countries of Europe, and all of them are supposed to pay into the pot that bankrolls NATO. When we're fighting this war in Ukraine, who do you think's paying for all of it?
Well, the United States has been reticent. This is a percentage agreement that they agree to put their own military force. It's not like we get. It's not like NATO even directly gets it. Trump is trying to separate himself from the security provider
We're
from
talking
Europe
about
for the entirety of his presidency. But you keep saying these other countries are taking advantage of us. Has America not gotten Europe, the strongest military on the planet, the ability to have so much precision that we can murder random Venezuelans in the ocean and get camera footage of it for Donald Trump and to show off to the American public? Like, we have like the strongest military on the planet. We have the strongest military on the planet. Everybody's trying to steal military secrets and things from us, the United States. You're acting like this is a one-sided deal.
I'm making the point that you're a sophistry here.
I'm just saying it's not true. Because they're the strongest military on the planet.
Hold on, let me zoom
Yes, it
into
does.
it. Okay, you have Europe. You have these countries that face mutual. They face other threats. The United States comes and basically goes, we will pay the lion's share of your protection. Okay? Now you're asking, will we get something out of it? We do. But any common sense transactor would know that while we get something out of it, they get a lot out of it. They can afford to pay. They might not have been able to afford to pay in 1946. They can afford to pay a lot more to their own defense. But they refuse. Don't interrupt me. But they refuse to do it because they would rather freeload off the U.S. tax.
You're saying freeload. The United States is going to coordinate security on the entire planet, on our hemisphere, as well as agreement. Benefited us. We have the strongest economy. We've got the best trade arrangements. We've got the best intellectual property. We've got the world culture that we export from the U.S.
This is what I call baloney. Okay, because the issue, and this is your baloney. A transactor in any deal, okay? If a transactor in any deal is always going to think about it, not only what I out of it, I obviously going to have something out of it. But if I'm protecting you and your family, let's say, okay, I'm going to get something out of it. We're allies. You're my friend. Then I realize you have a more generous welfare state than I do. And you're allowing me to pay your security costs and store your house alarm, put guards outside your house, and you are contributing little or nothing. I mean, I go, well, I got the best IP, I got the smartest people, I got the biggest. Who cares? It's not a reasonable deal.
They have nothing to do with our welfare. I'm just curious. We redirected what, $100 billion? Trump said $300 billion. Forget what it was. How much money that we didn't give to Ukraine have now gone into American welfare? Oh no, wait. The one big beautiful bill tried to cut Medicaid for people. They're taking away from security in Europe. You said that he got a 5% commitment from NATO guarantees that we've done everything extorted by other countries. Okay, great. Where's all my welfare now?
You're as usual pivoting to an unrelated issue. The unrelated issue is what do we do? So now, following our train of thought, if you are able to convince your friend, look, you install the alarm, security guard, you pay for your own protection, which benefits you. I don't want to see you harm, but you don't want to see you harm even more. So you pay. Now I have some more money. And when I say some more money, what I mean is that even after the Cold War, the United States has said we are in a different world. The Soviet threat is over. We're not going to have German battalions coming from the Volga Gap and moving across Europe. We're in a different situation. Our defense budget can now probably be cut in a hurry. And if we did that, we now have a lot of which governments are not very wise in the way they spend money. We can deploy them any which way we want. It's a separate debate. But the country would have in Just look at how much we've spent on the defense of Europe since World War II. It's a giant number. Now, what have we gotten for it? Have we averted any great wars? Yeah, you know, when Ukraine,
from them, our institution, easy to come here. We have foreign investment from these countries.
you don't think
The U.S. Treasury.
you don't think so the Europeans take our money and invest it in our treasury so that they can then collect interest on that. And that's how we have the $38 trillion debt. You think it's a wonderful arrangement in which we give them money to then loan to us so we can then pay them the interest on that and go into the red to 38 trillion.
So as opposed to when somebody comes up to you and they say, oh, what's your net worth? Well, I have $10 in my bank account. And then another guy, you like, oh, what's your net worth? What do you do? Oh, I got like a $50 million loan. You think the guy with a $50 million loan is poor one in that circumstance? The reason why we have a $38 trillion debt, and the reason why our interest rates are relatively low, despite having so much debt, is because so many other people want to invest in the U.S. economy. Our workers get paid more across basically every single sector. Everybody wants to come to this country to live. Like South Africa isn't begging, Germany or Britain. If you want like surplus export economies, you can look at places like that, like Iran, or places like North Korea, or places like the United Kingdom. That is an export economy right now. Like, I mean, these are not favorable places to live, comparatively speaking to the standard of the United States.
What you say is not untrue. But it's not the reason that our interest rates are low. Look, first of all, with regard to Europeans coming to study in America, are you saying that Europeans would not come to study in America from the 40s to now, even though the United States is leading in technology? There are very good reasons for the Europeans to come study here.
Not when the current administration is supporting them.
Now he switches to something else.
You talk about students in the United States. And the president is attacking our universities, making harder to get student visas.
I try to
They know they wouldn't
you're a hidden one man because whenever I try to stay on the
make it and stay now.
you will see something completely different. Same point. You said interest rates are low because Europeans invest a lot of money in the United States and hold a lot of our treasuries. And I think that is not even close to the seventh most important reason why interest rates are low. The real reason interest rates are low is popcorn sales. And that is our government is constantly printing oceans of money. They have the ability to print money and dilute the money that is in your pocket. So you work hard to earn money. Your own government, as we speak, is printing money. When I came to the United States, I had $500 in my pocket. If I had saved that money, spent none of it, through great frugality, and if I had it now, purchasing power of that same $500 today would be approximately $50. In other words, we save money and we practice deferred gratification. The one thing we want is for our money to hold its value. We would rather it go up in value because we worked so hard to get it. But our government, our own government, screws us by diluting our money because when they print money, they get to spend it. Money in all of our pockets goes down.
So my treasury is not printing money. Different factors that you can talk about into monetary policy. But the reason why our interest rates are low is because a lot of people want to buy U.S. treasury, so we can sell our debt at a very low interest. So now many people want to buy it, then we would raise the interest rate, printing money and saying.
This is called. Oh, that made sense. Okay, the interest rate is the price of money. How difficult it is to get money is what sets the interest rate. Now, let's just assume it's a thought experiment. Right now, double the amount of money in circulation. Will the interest rate go up or down? Down, because the supply of money is greater. Just go back to
Economics 101. If you were a German citizen and you wanted to buy a U.S. Treasury bond and it was paying 5%, was the coupon rate on it? If you knew that the U.S. was going to double their money supply, why would you buy that treasury bond? Lower interest. You would demand a higher interest rate.
The reason you would buy that treasury bond is because the German Bundesbank is tripling the amount of its own money. In other words, they're printing money too. And the United States is an abuser of the money not as big an abuse as other countries.
Okay, then how are these guys that are taking advantage of us don't shouldn't they be using the lifestyle taking advantage of us so much?
And the reason that look, why was there runaway inflation of 15% per month in Argentina, and why do these interest rates and inflation rates vary so much around the world? There's more than one reason, but the primary reason is money printing, and you can see why it's very attractive to print money. Here's why: if they didn't print money, let's just say we outlined. The U.S. government, every time they spent money, would have to come to you, the taxpayer, and tell you, we're going to extract more $20 bills out of your wallet. And you would be like, no. If you try to do that, I'll vote against you.
Maybe you don't print money, you can still sell
Let's
stuff.
come up with a beautiful scheme. Let's not consult the citizens. Let's just steal from them by secretly removing $20 bills out of their pocket. And we do this by running this thing called the money printer.
This was so bad for the
Yeah,
economy.
then it's not true.
Okay, sure. Well, let's say it's so horrible. Why does every single country on the planet have a central bank?
Because central governments love money cartels. What could be better for the governments of the world than to have a cartel in which they control the money supply? It gives
All
them
of these governments all over the planet are engaged in this anti-democratic behavior. No citizen actually wants this, and no individual countries figured out that if we don't do this, we'll be better than every other country. Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to think maybe they engage in central banking?
No. This shows a colossal level of naivete. But let me put it this way: the ordinary person thinks our whole system, including our banking system, works completely differently than it does. So I asked my wife the other day, you put $1,000 in the bank. She goes, it's in the bank. If you want to get it anytime, you can just go to the bank and ask for it, and they'll give you $1,000, right? She goes, yeah, right. And they go, what if I told you that when you put the $1,000 in the bank takes the $1,000, they pluck out 1/10 of it, roughly, about $100, they lend $900 to another guy, let's say Steve right here. But they don't actually give him the money either. They open up a checking account for $900 in his name. So now you have two guys who both think that they've got the same $900 bank. There. Steve has the deposit in another bank. He goes to the other bank, Wells Fargo. He deposits his $900. What does that bank do? They take the $900, set aside $90, and loan $810 to another guy, or open up a checking account in his name. What I'm getting at is, whose $1,000 is it? And the answer is the bank by a cartel arrangement allowed by the Federal Reserve. This would be fraud in any other area.
Well,
Like,
wouldn't
hold
it
on.
be what you're explaining is fractional reserve banking?
Yes.
What every country on the planet does. But then when your wife says, can I get that $1,000?
No, I would tell her yes, I would tell her because even though the money is fictional, it has already been lent out. If you go to the bank, let's just say all of us go to the bank and collect our money, the bank can have it. What should they do? Answer, phone call to the Federal Reserve, print the money. So the backstop is the unlimited ability of the federal government to prevent bank runs of the kind that occurred in the Depression.
That's why I don't think
Money.
it's called FDIC insured. Savings company, FDIC insured product by the bank. Wouldn't it be better for that $1,000 deposited in the bank to be mobilized in the economy so that people can actually do something with it, like have a mortgage for a house, or invest in a business, or do literally anything else besides sit there as termite food?
Okay, so I don't think we should go to this because you don't even know what you're talking about. The Federal Reserve,
Explain to me the velocity of money. Explain to me why it's not good to have money sitting in a bank doing nothing than it is for it to be mobilized in an economy. Tell me.
okay. We're not disagreeing about mobilizing money. We're disagreeing about the mechanism of doing it and who is left holding the bag. So in the 19th century, we had the Fed. The United States became the largest economy in the world. In the 19th century, we had fractional banking. But if banks couldn't meet their obligations, they went bankrupt. And so there was free market competition among the banks. It was to prevent that free market competition that the Fed was set up. Essentially, what the Fed decided to do.
But the year is 2025, and you want to emulate the banking system we had when there were cowboys and Indians when in the 19th century. We live in a modern world that has modern demands for our monetary system. No other country on the planet employ obviously superior form of banking that you're talking about.
Because it is in the interest of every single state. Every state has recognized for thousands of years that controlling the money supply is the key to controlling the wealth of the country. That is what, in the era of gold, what the governments used to do is take the gold coin and dilute the coin. Put base metal into the coin, so the coin which was supposed to be pure gold is now only 50% gold or 30% gold. So this racket has been going on for a long time.
So you think Trump should get rid of FDIC insurance and fractional reserve banking?
FDI insurance is a complete illusion.
So we should get rid of it and go back to the gold standard?
Not the gold standard per se, but we should go back to a free banking system, which would include Bitcoin, which would include all kinds of currencies.
We're talking about fake money and you support Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is not Bitcoin. You think that something is fake money, but first of all, you give this rhapsody to modern technology, and finally a form of money is privately that cannot be inflated, that has a fixed supply, and that in fact
cannot be. Bitcoin has one of the wildest volatility indexes of any currency on the planet. It's like maybe Zimbabwe.
Do you realize that inflating a currency and volatility have nothing to do with each other? Volatility has to do with the market's appraisal of the new product. There is extreme volatility around all the internet companies for 20 years.
There's no volatility around Bitcoin. You don't
There's
think
a lot of volatility around Bitcoin because the market is full of people who look at this thing, don't understand it, and go, "What's this? I've never had private money. To me, a dollar bill needs to be said. It needs to stay on the bill, backed up with the full faith of the U.S. government. Otherwise, it's not money." So this is an ancient way to think. And something like Bitcoin confuses you because it's new.
But so to be clear, it doesn't confuse me. It just doesn't. It makes it so a country loses complete total control of their.
Exactly, and that's why you oppose it, because you are a statist and you want your government to control the money
I took
supply.
econ in high school, and I realized that there's a value to a country being able to control the currency.
What is that value?
Well, in times of great economic depression, sometimes it's nice to be able to inflate your currency a little more because that's a preferential state of affairs. Or like we did during the Great Depression. Or it might be nice to pull back on your currency if you want to deflate it more because it might be running a little bit too hot. Like we run up to the 2008 housing
Okay,
crisis.
so I reject this whole.
The central bank is
This is a whole Keynesian understanding that is itself has all these embedded false assumptions. The false assumptions are that you've got this thing called, quote, the money supply. That the money supply is kind of like something that can be regulated with a faucet. You turn it up, you turn it down. This was Keynes' justification in the 1930s for an unlimited welfare state. Keynes was very explicit about his motives, very explicit about what he was trying to do. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated to economic students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value. Right? The $20 bill has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings and ornaments.
to be clear, the dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it to pay for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Exactly. So whoop-de-doo, I take my Bitcoin, I change it to US dollars, and I pay my taxes.
Somebody's willing to buy it from you, yeah. But you can't pay your U.S. taxes or U.S. obligations in Bitcoin.
So
Dinesh and Stephen, we do have about 15 minutes left. Just so you guys know, and I thought that maybe we should touch on Trump and political violence. If you feel like it.
well, we actually haven't talked about topic number 8, which I took to be whether Trump on net is a good thing or a bad thing for America. And so I have to say a word about why I think a little bit about Trump, the man, and a little bit about what has thing, and we can kind of get to the heart of what we're talking about. So for me, Trump's first term was very positive for the most part, but kind of blasé. He was stopped in his tracks by 2 years of Russia collusion hoax, but he got a lot of things done, and the economy was in better shape, manifestly pre-COVID, in March of 2020, leading up to the election. Quite frankly, had it not been for COVID, I don't even think election fraud Joe Biden. But Trump was hit by the sideswipe by COVID. But, and that's a fact, Jane Fonda basically said COVID is God's gift to the left. So if you can't see the truth of that, I don't say to you. The years of Biden were essentially the years of taking the American bus right way to the floor. In foreign policy, with the Afghan disgrace, in domestic policy, inflation goes to the highest level that it was. You have to go back to the 70s to the OPEC era. Inflation rates of 9%. And an open, porous border, which is actually inviting, not only inviting, helping caravans of people coming from thousands of miles away. No vetting, doesn't matter if you're a criminal. There were foreign governments that emptied the jails and boasted about it. And all of these thugs, criminals, bad guys, terrorists are now in this country. I think if we had kept going in this way, it's hard to see how the country could survive a whole lot more of this. So Trump's great achievement was to come in and stop this dead in its tracks. The border is secure. You probably not only heard, but some of you may have bought into all the embellishment, all the rhetorical ballet. We need comprehensive immigration reform. There's no other way to secure the border. You heard all of this. You might have said it yourself. It's untrue. And Trump just proved it to be untrue by just showing you can't get in. However, we have somewhere between 8, maybe 10 million illegals who are already here. What do you do with them? Trump is doing the most humane thing he could do. If it were me, I would ask all 8 to 10 million to leave. I recognize that certain things are fated monthly. You might have Americans who came 20 years ago, and they have kids here, they're embedded in our society. I'm willing to be prudent about the issue in some ways, but I don't see any reason why people who essentially came across the border in 4 years under Biden as part of a cynical scheme to create future Democratic voters. People should not be asked to leave now. So I would go much further than Trump and try to get these people to self-deport. If they would not deport, I would try to think of sensible ways to get them out. But they have broken the law and they need to pay a price for it. Now, on the foreign policy front, Trump's view is really simple. I'm not going to get involved in expensive foreign wars, but there are many bad guys in the world, and I will not. Would have been excellent regime change. Many people who think regime change doesn't work don't realize operating off basically two examples, Iraq and maybe Afghanistan, where it actually worked for a while, but was handled very badly in the overall. But regime change, if you look at the examples of the last 100 years, has mostly worked. For the better. And I think it would work for the better in Venezuela. I think it would work for the better in Iran. And I think it's Trump stopped it in Iran, which I oppose. I think he is trying to get rid of Maduro in Venezuela. Pretty much any living Venezuelan who's outside of Venezuela, the country, Maduro is a one-party dictator. The reason Maduro loves Democrats is because he sees them as his allies. The question of displacing him under Biden never even arose. I think his days are numbered, as Trump says. Trump will probably get him out. And then you look at the economic front, and Trump is doing two things. One is he is creating a kind of, he's essentially unleashing American energy. American energy, the United States, as it turns out, has giant energy resources, probably be more than enough for the next 100 years. I mean, obviously, and all kinds of reasons, environmental reasons. Obviously, people who are in the business have reasons to block it. Trump's point is, why don't we unleash energy? So if we unleash energy, we unleash AI, we unleash robotics. We are looking at a potential era of abundance. By the way, Bitcoin is a big part of that. So Trump is turning the levers, creating massive abundance in the United States. It may even be that some of our problems, like the debt, will be washed away in this abundance. You don't have to scrounge on Social Security. You don't have to screw the Gen Zs or screw the boomers. We will actually have the wealth to do this. You know that the Biden people were basically blocking AI under the pretext of we'll only allow it if we control it. This is what the Biden people were telling the high-tech guys. We'll only play ball with you if you basically turn over the levers to us. Otherwise, we're not going to allow it. So what we're seeing under Trump, I think, is something that might ethical. It might take us years to be able to look and see what was unleashed. It's kind of like in the 1980s under Reagan. We could see something big was happening. Microsoft was starting. I ran into a conference there with Michael Dell. The tech revolution was getting going. And it's done a lot for the world. So in my case, Trump is that this guy, being transactional, actually understands very well how the world works, is not unwilling to use U.S. muscle, in the leverage of foreign policy power. And the best that his critics have are these kind of whiny, let's go back to the Mar-a-Lago case and look at it and excruciate the deal because we really don't have that. This is a pathetic way to go after a guy who
Let's
is.
go back from the last thing I did. So what is Trump trying to do with tariffs?
Trump is trying to do with tariffs this.
This.
The United States sells stuff abroad. Other countries, India, Australia, many others, place high tariffs on those products.
What is Trump trying to do with tariffs?
Trump is trying to do two things. One is he's trying to use the tariffs as strong arming or arm wrestling. Basically saying, I will put tariffs on you, and I will only take them off if you take off yours.
Keep changing that.
Okay, so be aware that this is actually not even governments or
It's illegal. The president can't. Do you think the president can do unilateral policy?
the president of the United States he can use.
In times of national crisis.
Exactly.
Or then it's not a national crisis. If it was, it would be even worse. Right?
Well,
So we have no trade.
I think that $38 billion of debt. I think that a stagnating economy. I think that a.
So why did you say that the first Trump term was a good one? He added to the debt more than he needed to, right?
He added to the debt. You have to put it in the negative column. I mean, all presidents have added to the debt. Just look at the essentially one out of every, I think, $4 in the country today was generated
Sure, Trump is continuing to add to it even more.
Yes,
Right?
Trump
Trump won't have a single budget surplus by the end of his presidency.
Trump is, look, you should be happy with this, but if Trump is in fact,
No, he won't have a budget surplus.
Trump
by the end
is
of
a
his
big
4-year
spender. Spending money.
Well, no, because Republicans have been the big spenders, right? Isn't it Democrat the one surplus?
Well,
I mean, I agree on basic health care,
Clinton was,
right? Wasn't Bush the Republican, the one that started all of the foreign wars?
the Clinton surplus was 100% the result of a peace dividend created by the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Surplus and surplus.
The surplus is a surplus, but
Donald Trump, he did lots of things. Doesn't Donald Trump have like 9 country wars that he ended? So we should have tons of surplus then, right? Do you agree? You acknowledge that by the end of Trump's 4 years, we will not be in a budget surplus. Right?
I agree.
Okay, so
This is the argument I
you
made.
could say he might solve the $30 billion, but now you're thinking of getting away from the budget.
You weren't listening to me. What I was saying was one way to solve the debt is to start paying it off. That's a very painful way when you consider that not only the vast majority of budget but those implied benefits get living increase dramatically. So this is a painful way to do it. You can see why our congressmen and senators of both parties don't want to do that.
But the person who are paying off the most was Trump with the tax cuts. And they did it this year when they solidified it.
The very best way to pay off the debt is to enlarge
Which is shrinking more than it should be. It should be right.
and what I was saying,
Why did they solidify it?
I was saying that the combined effect, in my opinion, of energy unleashing, AI, and robotics. The United States has been growing at a rate of somewhere around 150% for now decades. It's been growing at 3 to 4% in the middle of the last century. If we can create growth rates of 5, 6, 9%, which are entirely
When you further trade relationship, you acknowledge, for instance, when Trump held up the tariff sign, all those numbers were right. None of those tariffs were accurate.
the
You look at you need to know. I think the basic fact is all the numbers
what is not a lie, what is not a lie,
It was never lied.
wasn't a lie.
Lie though. When he signed, he lied to the American public and everybody else in here. The tariffs that every other country has.
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
It was a lie to negotiate,
Negotiating tactic.
but it was a lie then. We can at least say it was a lie to negotiate. It was a lie. Who was he negotiating with? The Fox News ratings?
No.
His YouTube views? It was a lie.
Are you saying that it
I'm saying it was a lie. I'm saying the numbers were a lie. I'm saying I lied. Yeah, you lied.
I'm done.
Numbers were a lie, right?
I'm so tired. I really don't feel too well, but I'm gonna go out with my last little puzzle. Hopefully, watch the rest of this debate.
if I were to tell the emperor, guess what? Let me give you my actual negotiating
Okay, this looks very similar.
You can then put it on NPR. This
I
is
think I would probably use negotiate. Because that seems like
no,
more
because the
appropriate
massive
answer.
governmental
Like,
apparatus.
everything that comes from the Trump administration, I should interpret as potentially fallacious. They cannot be a lie because he's trying to negotiate with other people.
I'm saying negotiation is a moving ball. I'm saying that Trump is very capable of putting on a tariff and saying, we're going to put on this tariff on January 7th, and he doesn't do it. Is he lying? He's not lying.
No, he was
He threatening to do it.
Well, he didn't do it. Number one.
Something for
Like,
it.
the big Trump was a lie. He just admit that. That's what I'm talking about. There you go.
I'm saying I don't. I'm saying that these bombastic claims
You're lying.
in the course of negotiation, it doesn't even matter because the real issue is what are you getting in the deal?
If I don't know if he's something off on stage, but if I put on my Tinder profile that I'm 6'2", and I show up at my date with really good posture, does that count as just being bombastic, or would that be
All right,
lying?
let me give you an example.
An example, how about when the president held up
If
a
you
bunch
look
of ass numbers and they were all lies? Wouldn't that be a lie?
I'm saying that presidents, in the course of foreign policy and trade negotiations, every president lies to us all the time.
Give me an example, a single other example where a president has lied like that. The American.
Okay, I would say that every deal that the United States has
One
struck-
example.
Okay, I'm
Just one. I see one.
yeah. Okay, so the United States, for example, lies about its dealings with terrorists. It lies about Reagan lied about it.
Sorry, hold on. National security secrets with American secrets are not economic deals. We don't lie. The American president lied to the public.
We're not talking about national security secrets. We're talking about national security policy.
Economic freedom.
Economic for Trump, when you're dealing with foreign adversaries, the distinction between a trade deal and a hostage swap and a deal with Maduro to get out, these are all on a continuum.
Maybe that's the problem with Trump. Every single thing with him feels like a negotiation.
Well, because it is. That's the way
I
the
agree
world
with you. It is. It's not the way the world is, though.
You know, it is the way the world is.
With
Do you
president,
realize-
he holds our allies hostage, he has our economy hostage, he's holding immigrants hostage, sometimes illegally detained or otherwise, and he lies to us.
So
So we're going to
Maduro-
sell deals with first and
Maduro has a call with Trump. Maduro makes a call with Trump. Maduro says, I'm going now based on public report. Maduro says, give me $100 million thereabouts. Let me stick in there for a few months. Let my handpicked deputy Delcy Rodriguez run. And I will actually have a free election. Maduro in the middle of Trump. Trump says nothing about any of this. comes and says something completely unrelated, which on the face
Notice
of
how
it,
we're not talking about the lie about the tariffs at all. This is you're talking about like national security, military related stuff. I'm just saying Donald Trump lied with the tariff. Very obviously lied. We have 0 trade deals right now. Let me say we have 100 deals in 100 days. Right?
are you saying, okay, let me ask you,
Thinking like the tariff deals.
what amount of money the U.S. Treasury has as a result of tariffs that it would not otherwise have? What is that number?
Was it 400 billion? I don't remember.
You don't know.
Because
You have no idea.
Well, it's way less than it would have gotten not kept those tax cuts.
So you don't even know what it is, but you are quite sure that it would have been more if you didn't do it.
Well, I know it's in the ballpark.
And so what I'm getting at is,
Well, what is the number?
your,
Wait, what is the number?
your,
Yes, it's about, isn't it about
it's a
100
giant
billion?
number, right? So the number,
And you have no idea.
No, I don't have an idea. The number,
Or having no ideas are very different. I would say he's in the
We're
ballpark
talking-
like 4 billion.
okay, I can estimate the number. We're talking about a number. We're talking about a $2,000 rebate to all Americans to make under $100,000.
That's not happening. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, all right.
It's not. I'll bet you. I'll give you $10 on it. So I'll
Okay.
100 bucks if you want.
So,
Okay,
okay,
it'll never happen.
let's put it this way.
Okay.
You are less curious about the actual tariff revenue benefit than you are with scoring a gotcha on a press conference where you go, Trump misrepresented the tariffs, which is admittedly a moving target, but the actual benefit to U.S. citizens is a matter of
And I'm
making a
gonna
difference
say
to you.
that import tax. You admit that a tariff is an import tax?
A tariff is an import tax that can be borne either by the no, it doesn't follow. It can be borne either by the producer or the consumer.
It's paid for by the consumer.
Okay, economic and literacy 101. Let's look at an example. No, false. Let's say I'm Mercedes. Okay, I'm Mercedes-Benz.
Let me hold on, because I already know what the explanation is. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease their price a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more variable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. You would be correct in that. An economic analysis, the true one, would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs. We're paying an import tax and having the ability to import less and the foreign suppliers of money.
Okay, but
Everybody with the extra and 8 answer, that's fine. You say the same economist fine, but it all supports them for making a currency. They're happy to sign here, and they're all opposed to tariffs as a form of economic policy.
a minute ago, you said that tariffs were borne by the consumer. And then you suddenly realized that that's not true, and that Mercedes, if they are going to increase the cost of a Mercedes, let's just say by $40,000, now going to realize that many people would rather buy other types of cars, American-made cars, and so Mercedes decides, listen, we're making 40 grand in a car, we can't afford to eat the entire tariff, but maybe we can afford to eat 30K, and we'll only make $10,000 in a car. And businesses make these decisions all the time, and you actually know it.
I
You
do
just
know it.
admitted it.
I didn't
But
admit it.
earlier you were trying to
I was
calm the
giving
audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to something who found out they just
Simplified
they
answer, which
just
is the
found
wrong
out what
answer.
customers are making was like
Oh, hold
10
on.
weeks ago.
A simplified
The
answer.
question is,
No,
at some point they will stop producing. They stop producing. They just won't make the
It's not
product.
a simplified answer. You were lying to the audience in the hope that you could get away with it. I called you on it. You quickly beat a retreat. And so, because you realize I can't get away with this lie, I now have to explain the process in which prices are determined.
Okay, you know
And so
what?
back
You got
out.
you hold on. You got me completely alive. Would you admit that an income tax isn't borne completely by a worker then? The companies are forced to offer higher wages as a result of potentially higher income taxes?
Companies are not forced to do anything.
Oh
If
my
they-
god.
Well, Stephen and Ganesh, final thought.
I have worked all my life in companies. Our tax rate when I started working in the early 90s, this is the result of the Reagan tax cut, by the way, the top marginal tax rate was 7%. It's now over 39. So all my adult life, I've seen taxes go up from 28 to 39%. I have never been in a job, but I've been in many of them, where my employer said, "Oh, the government raised your tax, we're going to raise your pay." The company might be nice to do that. You might be able to negotiate it through a union, but the idea, again, another black whopper, that it's somehow an automatic process raises your taxes, correspondingly companies raise. He said a force to raise your salaries commensurate with those taxes. I'm saying that's simply untrue.
So for some reason, producers will lower their sale price.
I'm saying that producers will, because of
He is so good.
market,
In the United States,
there is competitiveness in the labor market. So if the government raises your taxes, companies, by the way, are not in any position where they have to do anything because the taxes are being raised uniformly.
companies have state taxes that are higher in some states than there are others. Guess what? Companies offer more compensation in those states than they do in other states.
Because they have to, not JCS, they have to attract labor taxes to come and work in New York. So I agree with that. But I was talking about a federal tax that applies uniformly for those.
Well, that's interesting. You forget that different markets might engage in different tax behavior. Wouldn't it be harmful for U.S. markets if the U.S. was the only country that was levying these massive tariffs on other countries who were bilaterally tariffing us? Doesn't that make our market less competitive than foreign markets who don't have those same arbitrary U.S. tariffs that all came from what they posted for that was full of lies?
Well,
Right?
here
They don't put
we
those tariffs on them.
here we get to the fact that there are many countries that don't allow our products in at all. And if they allow them, they have high. So here's my question. You know, it's really wonderful to hear all these economic analysis. Defeating. They are horrible for countries. They undermine our own consumers. Here's my question.
They don't. That's the
They
reason.
don't.
They don't. There's a reason why Ukraine wanted to join the European Union.
Well,
market
let's talk about
versus
India.
Russia.
India has
They
tax.
went so
India has.
We're gonna have to save it for round two, guys. But can we at least agree on the importance of public intellectual debate like this?
I think we can, and this has been very spirited. I've actually enjoyed it. I knew I was kind of coming a bit in the lion's den, but I thought that I would take up the challenge, and I think it's been really interesting and really good. So I'm glad we had a chance to do the sparring, and we need more of this.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. This has been the battle for the capital. Stephen Bonnell, Destiny, and Dinesh D'Souza. All right, we are going to take a really quick break while we set up the poster signing here. Feel free to.
Ugh. That's excellent. Destiny fucking mobbed this dude. Mogged this dude. Wow. That was excellent. Alright, but I gotta go to bed. I am so tired. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. See if I can, if I have any brain cells left, I can figure this last one out. There's definitely only one here or here. There's definitely one here. There can only be one here or here. There's definitely the two here. Okay. One, it's not there. Oh, fucked up. There's one, two. There's one here. Yeah, fucked up. Okay. There's something to be said for that. So there's one here. What am I thinking of? There's one here. For sure. So here or here. One here for sure. Here or here. So it's just here or here. You can't have both. I'm still seeing this. Where am I wrong? What's going on? So that's that. Darling girl. Big damn rough. Why do I do this to myself? Maybe. Excuse you. So cute. Like I'm missing one thing. Something's messed up. Let's try it. Oh, that's like, oh, okay. I fucked up back there. Alright, fuck it. I just didn't like this a week. Alright, friends. I'm going to bed. But thank you for going to work with me. And we'll have to come back tomorrow for the next episode. And if you're looking for some website work, marketing work, or if you just have questions, always come back and let me know if I can help you in any way, or feel free to ask your marketing queries in the comments. I have them all up so I'm able to see. This is the brand spanking new channel, so I don't expect very much right away. Yeah, so I'm gonna get this one to bed. It's 4:15. This is kind of her getting up time though, so I'll hang out with her a little bit and then hopefully get some sleep. But either way, thanks so much for watching and tuning in, and I'll try to do like some time lapses, maybe, just so you can see the progress or some before or after or something. So stay tuned. We'll see you later. Good night.